and Science Education held on August 25th until 26, 2020. Please allow me to take this opportunity to give my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Excellencies keynote speaker. I wish to have you all in Malang. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic forces us to do this conference virtually. We do hope the pandemic will be gone very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, ICoMSE, since it first conducted in 2017, has provided a very competitive forum to report on the latest development in the field of mathematics and science education research. We all aware that the technological advances for a better society could only be accomplished with the support of firm, basic, and fundamental knowledge. The development of this knowledge could not be separated from the research in mathematics and science education. The main aim of the scholars, researchers, professionals, and other groups interested in mathematics and science education to present their work on the development in mathematics and educational sciences. This conference provides an opportunity for academicians and professionals from various mathematics and science education fields to share their theoretical knowledge, research findings, and educational practices with their colleges and the academic community. This annual conference also serves to further the advancement and innovation in teaching and learning in the area. I do believe that these 2 days online meetings and discussions will facilitate a platform as an opportunity for researchers to meet academics and practitioners from different parts of the world and to enlarge the network with a person-to-person context in high-quality academic convention. Ladies and gentlemen, a successful conference is the sum of many important parts. I'd like to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to all the committee members that have worked hard to make this conference a success. I'm sure you will join me in sending a particularly big thank to them. A conference is only as good as the people that attend and the standard of the work that is presented. We like to think that even though it is carried out virtually, the 4th International Conference on Mathematics and Science Education 2020 will be a very good conference indeed. And I would like to thank you, the participants, for making it so. To conclude, let me wish you excellent online discussion and delightful interaction. On the name of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, I am delighted to declare the 4th Annual International Conference on Mathematics and Science Education 2020 officially open. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. Waluwafik ilah famitorik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hadis Wono, for the remarkable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the next sessions, which is our first plenary sessions with Professor Peter Gutenberg from Griffith University, Australia, we would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Suharti, to lead the sessions. As we know that Dr. Suharti is a senior lecturer in Chemistry Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. She got her PhD in Delft University of Technology, Netherlands, Master's in ITB, and Bachelor's degree in Universitas Negeri Malang. Please welcome Dr. Suharti. Dr. Suharti, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Rifka. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's my pleasure to be a moderator for this session. First of all, I briefly introduce to you our guest speaker, Professor Peter Gutenberg from Griffith University, Brisbane, Australia. Let me share my PowerPoint. Is it there already? No? You see my screen?
Okay, clear.
Okay. This is Mr. Professor Peter John Gutenberg. I think I may pronounce the name correctly. It is Dutch name. And right now, Professor Griffith at Brisbane. Griffith University is about 4,700 miles from Malang. And thanks to technology that we could now having this event. Sorry, it's a little bit technical. Although we have now a pandemic over the world, that we thanks to technology that we can now having this meeting from far away from Brisbane to Malang. Professor Griffith is a mathematician, education. This is the focus of research of Professor Griffith on 4 key interrelated areas: practice and practice theory, action research, leadership, and mathematics education. Professor Gutenberg has been published over hundreds of publications in scholarly journals and highly regarded book publishers, over 4,000 citations with Hirsch index of 27, and already over 20 invited keynote speakers all over the world. And this is the previous appointment of Professor Gutenberg. He is currently as a director of Griffith Institute of Research in Education, and he has been along position with starting as a teacher. I guess he is very advanced, very experienced in teaching mathematics in high school, and after graduating from Waikato University in New Zealand, he is appointed in many positions in Waikato and in Charleston, and also in Griffith University until right now. This is the contact address and email from Professor Gutenberg that you would like to contact with him later after this session. I'm not going to continue my talk. Let's welcome our guest speaker this morning, Professor Gutenberg, who is going to present the first guest lecture this morning. Professor Gutenberg, please take your time to present your talk this morning.
Thank you for your welcome. I'm just going to share my screen so you can hopefully see it. I just need the host to allow me to share it. The host has disabled my capacity to share my screen. Thank you. There we are. So hopefully you can see that. And you can hear me okay?
Yes, you could. Then.
Great. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure my picture has disappeared. Okay, we'll just go along. I can't see a lot, but I'll keep working. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be involved with this conference. This is a really wonderful conference, something that's quite unique around the world. And for those of you who are students and staff at the university in Malang, you are very fortunate to be a part of this community. I really want to commend Professor Suwono for supporting this event over 4 years now. This is visionary leadership that we don't see around the world in many countries, and you should be, you're very fortunate and to have a leader who has this vision and has made this happen now for 4 years in a row. Two of them. One of them is about action research and mathematics education. I have some slides here. If you would like the slides, I've already given them to Habadin, and I'm happy if he shares them with anyone. Okay. Now, just to show you, recognise this is Australia. This is where I live. This is the part where I live. It's called the Gold Coast up in Queensland. Whether it's summer or winter, the weather's quite good. That's the beach. We spend quite a bit of time there. And this is my campus where I work. You can see that that's looking out towards the beach in the background. So if you're ever coming to Australia and you visit the Gold Coast, I'm more than happy to show you around and welcome you. Again, some people were going to come this year to do some work with us, but unfortunately that didn't happen due to COVID. This is what I hope to cover today. First of all, I want to look at the impact of educational research in maths and science. I want to talk about researching with teachers and schools. And then I want to make a case that why we need to actually try and start with the classroom. Then I'll talk a little bit about research practices in general before focusing on action research and then giving a really simple example to illustrate. So that gives you a bit of a guide of what I have in mind. So first of all, the impact of educational research. We've had educational research for many years across all countries, but one of the things we know in many countries is we do educational reforms, new curricula, new ideas, new ways of doing things, but mostly they don't make any difference at all to what happens. And particularly in mathematics, whereas my field, we've had new curricula come in, different reforms about ways and ideas of doing things, but in the end, nothing really changes. And I think what the problem is often when they bring these reforms, you have governments or departments who bring in policies and ideas, and then they, from on top, they give these ideas out and then they ask teachers to do it. But the problem is education doesn't happen at the department level, or it doesn't happen at the ministry level. It happens in classrooms when students and teachers meet. And so what I think is we need to spend more time focusing on what happens actually in classrooms rather than trying to fix things from outside and then bringing it on top. So what's the problem? Well, we as academics, we do research, and once we've done our research, we write articles, and then that's usually the end of what we do. Well, that's what happens to me anyway. teachers work in classrooms teaching students. However, academics and researchers don't teach in school classrooms, and teachers don't generally read research articles. So I have all this research going on about how we might do things and how we could change things and how things could be better, but there's a gap. You can see the gap. And so largely educational research, at least in Australia and America and other countries, has very little impact on what teachers actually do in classrooms. And this is an increasing problem. In Australia, often teachers say, in the university, you do the research, but it's got no bearing on what I do. It's too far away from practice. So I don't know if it's the same issue for you in Malang, but it is certainly the case here. And this is something we've tried to address. There seems to be little point in doing a lot of research if in the end it doesn't make a difference in the very place where it's supposed to work. So what can we do? Well, first of all, I think researchers need to be more engaged with teachers and schools. For example, when you do some research and you write it, it's important to write it for an academic journal, but you can also write it for a professional journal. And there's many around that instead of writing a long article with lots of references, you can write a short article with mostly focuses on the implications. I think we can do presentations in schools and at teacher conferences and things like that. And also our research should inform the teacher education programs that we have. Also, it would be nice to have more teachers who are doing research. So they might do their master's degree and do some research as part of that, and then they can directly relate it back to their classroom. And also it's good if they could read some of the work that's being done. However, these things are all good, but what would be best is if teachers and researchers actually work together in research and development in schools. So rather than having the research and the teaching as two separate things, we bring these groups together much more closely. So this gets me back to what's the purpose of educational research? Why do we do it? Whether it's in maths or science or technology, why do we do this research? And the reason we do it is so in the end, schools can do a better job of education. If there was no schools with teachers and kids in classrooms, we don't need to do educational research. We do it so we can improve education. That's the whole purpose of it being important. However, again, at least in Australia, most of our education development is not driven by research, it's driven by government policy. And so what might happen is Australia might do not so well on the PISA tests. All of a sudden the government says we need to do better in mathematics, and they'll write a new curriculum. And then in doing that, what they'll do is they'll prepare some generic resources, usually a website these days. They might give a little bit of support, and then they'll say to schools, this is what you need to do. But it's not very often informed by research. It's more often informed by political agendas. I can give you another example. We had, Australia did very badly at the Olympic Games one time. And the next year, the government, we need to have more sport in schools. So they changed the curriculum of sport in schools. It wasn't that someone had done some research to find out that children were not very fit or needed to learn more about physical exercise. It's because we didn't win enough gold medals. So you can see what's actually changing education is not always the things that we think. Now, to give you an example, in Australia, we had a new Australian mathematics curriculum about 5 years ago now. And when they brought it out, the government wrote some curriculum documents with all the learning outcomes that all the children had to achieve. They provided some support material. They gave all teachers about 1 2-hour professional learning seminar. And this was implemented across all of Australia. But what we know 5 years later is almost nothing has changed. Mathematics is still taught almost exactly the same way it was taught before we had the new curriculum. And in fact, it's still taught the same way that it was taught when I was at school about 30 years ago. Okay, probably 40 years ago. And what we know is that students' results haven't really improved and children's attitudes to mathematics haven't really improved either. So again, here's another place where the government's spending a lot of money to change and bring about development in education, and it seems to have no impact. And it's because we keep focusing outside the school and the classroom and trying to make it happen from on top. So if we think about how we might develop education, what are some of the key factors? And here's a couple of things I want to list. I said some of these things to some of you last year when I was there. The first thing is, if you're a teacher, then you must be absolutely interested in learning. A teacher, you've committed your whole life to learning and helping people learn. So if you've done that, surely you must want to keep learning yourself. There's nothing more ironic than having a teacher who doesn't want to learn more. And if your job is teaching, surely you'd want to learn more about teaching. Second factor is what really matters in education. What's the really important stuff? Well, it's when teachers and students meet in the classroom. That's where it all happens. That's the important thing. Students learning is the important thing. The rest of it is only stuff to help it. And so what does that mean, which is the third key factor, that if we want to change education and make education better, the only place we can really work is with teachers, because teachers are the one who actually put it into practice. So if we want to have research to be effective in developing education, we need to work with teachers in schools. And my argument is if we want to transform education, we need to actually start and focus on what happens in classrooms, because that's where education occurs. Now, just a couple of other things. If you see these two pictures here, these are 2 Australian schools. And hopefully you can see that they're quite different. The higher one is we would call an elite private school where wealthy parents can send their children. And the one at the bottom is a country school for Indigenous Australian children. But they're both Australian schools. And these here are all children who go to Australian schools. And so one of the things we know about education development is if we look at these schools and if we look at these children, do they all need the same education? And in fact, no, these students are different, their schools are different, what they cope with is different, and so education needs to be different in different places. I can imagine if you're in Malang and your physical education curriculum has a section on surfing, it could be very difficult for the children to learn that. Whereas if you're in Bali, that might be a very appropriate thing to do. So they still need to learn about physical activity and things like that, but maybe not exactly the same way. So the argument I'm trying to make here, that if you're going to do research and do educational development, often it needs to relate specifically to where they are. And so if we want to improve student learning, which is the whole purpose of education, then the answer is science-based professional development for the teachers in that school. Because they change from place to place. One of the things we hear a lot about here is people want to know what's best practice. I don't know, is that a phrase you might hear in Indonesia? I'm not sure. But it's very common in the literature. People say, what's best practice? And the problem is, I don't think there is no best practice, because it depends where you are. So how can we be responsive to what the needs are of the learners and the teachers in particular sites? How can we do that? Well, we have to do research. And that research has to be informed by large-scale projects in general, but it has to be actually implemented in local schools and sites. And so to do that, what we want is researchers and teachers working together to understand what's happening and then finding ways of developing it there. So this is why I've got this section here now called Starting with the Classroom. What I've tried to show in this picture is that in education, there's all sorts of people involved. So at the top of the picture, you can see it says government departments, the Ministry of Education. Then you've got systemic leaders. So there might be leaders in the Malang educational area. And then you've got school principals and people like that. And then you even got middle leaders and heads of departments and people like that. But all those people, all their work is only relevant because at this point where the box and the joins is where a teacher and a student meet in the classroom. If a teacher and a student didn't meet in the classroom, you don't need the government department. You don't need the Malang educational department. You don't need the school principal. You don't need the head of the mathematics department or the head of the science department. Those people, you only need them. And in fact, you don't even need us in the university. The only reason all those things exist is because the bottom of the triangle, the teacher meets the student. So everything comes down to that point. So in research, we should know more about that point there, where they meet. This spot right here, where the teacher and the student meet. The classroom is the most important place. And I think we don't do enough research here. We do too much research higher up. Now, I'm not saying that other research isn't important, and I think we should do it, but I think we need to also do it much more locally as well. Because some of the things we find out higher up that diagram, other research, other things implemented by governments and other researchers, they still have to be actioned in the classroom. So that's the key part. So, in my opinion, to be relevant, research needs to be integrated with educational development, so it informs change, responsive to the local needs and conditions, close to the key site of education, which is the classroom, and in collaboration with key people, i.e. teachers, because they're the ones who actually have to do it. We used to have a saying when we were in schools, you can have the best curriculum, the best resources, the best department support, the best principal, but if you've got a terrible teacher, it all collapses. So to have good teachers is really important. Okay, so now I'm going to turn a little bit to research, because I know this is conferences for researchers and that you're all researching at various levels. So first of all, I think we need to really re-emphasize educational research that places the interest of students first, because they are the point of educational research. That's the point of education. So let's put them back in the center. And this is by doing research with and by teachers, and research that informs teaching. And one way of doing that is through action research. So I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about what action research is and how you might do it, if that's okay. It's hard to know because I can only see 4 people's faces and I can't hear anything, so we'll keep going anyway. So action research. I've done a lot of work on action research, and if any of you get the opportunity to travel and want to do some visiting scholar work with me, we can do some work around action research. And maybe later on, this will be something that we can come and do through Dr. Hubbardin when I come over as well. Because you can see by my shirt that I am actually, I am a Malang person. I'm a local, and I'm coming back because it's the best food I've ever eaten. You already know that, of course.
Yes.
So action research, what is research? Yeah, we all know about research and different sorts of research. Action research is different, but it still is research because it involves systematic inquiry. Like any research, it's about systematic inquiry into something. Like any research, it still involves collecting evidence. But as research that's often done with teachers and schools, it also needs to be manageable, site-based, and meaningful and informative. It's to inform and change practice. So I'll come back to those points a bit later. But if you're working with teachers in schools, action research is not something they do on top of their normal job. It has to be an integral part of their job. And the reason that is, if you're a teacher, you must be absolutely fascinated by learning, and how can you learn about teaching? And one way of doing that is action research. And then if it becomes part of your work, it's part of your developing as a teacher. As a professional, a teacher wants to always grow and develop and find new ways of doing things. And action research is one way of doing it that really grounds it in evidence about what's going on and ways that really work for your students in the school. And in my opinion, the best way to do it is when a researcher works with teachers in schools. So 4 features of action research that make it a little bit different from other sorts of research. The first one is it's about action, the actual doing of education. It's not the theory of education, it's not the philosophy of education, it's not the psychology of education. It's about the doing of education as it happens in classrooms. Because for whatever else we do, education happens with teachers and students in classrooms. So let's focus on the actual doing of it. The second thing is it's based on evidence about what is actually happening in classrooms, not just what we think is happening. Now, if some of you are involved in teacher education, you might have had the chance to go and sit in the back of classrooms and watch student teachers doing lessons. And when you sit in the back of a classroom, what you'll find out is what you see is often quite different from what you think is happening. And so it's using evidence as a way of actually finding out what's happening, not what we just think might be happening. Because when you're teaching, you're busy involved, it's hard to tell. The third thing that really sets it apart is it's about development and change. So if you do other research, what happens is you do the research, you get the findings, and then you tell people and hopefully they'll change afterwards. Whereas in action research, we're going to keep changing as we're doing the research. It's an integral part, all tied together. It's not something separate. So that's the main thing that makes it different from what you might say your standard sorts of research. And the fourth thing is it requires working together. It's very difficult to do action research on your own. You have to do it in collaboration with others. And that makes it fun and interesting, but it also can make it difficult sometimes too. This doesn't mean that you're all doing the same thing, but it does mean you're working collaboratively. So this was the point I just made before. Unlike some other sorts of research, action research is deliberately and intentionally about bringing about change. We are not remaining neutral. We are not trying to stay as a distant observer. We are intimately involved in what's going on. And the development is based not on what we think is happening, but on evidence about what actually is happening. And then it's always responsive to the learners or the students and those in the school community. And as I said right at the start, it's about going from the classroom out rather than trying to go outside onto the classroom, if that makes sense. And if you've seen action research before, often they talk about it as an action research cycle. And that's a good way of thinking about it. This is a very simple picture. You'll see at step one, you have a plan. And I'll explain an example of these later on. But you decide something you're going to try. Step two, you try it out. Step three, you collect some data or some evidence about what happened. And then step four, you reflect and evaluate that evidence. And then you decide what you're going to try in the next cycle. You're going to change something. So in simple terms, that's what it looks like. And you'd go through this cycle in a recursive way. Okay, so action research will always involve at least 3 or 4 of these cycles, and sometimes up to 7 or 8. And you can just have this as a way of doing ongoing staff development in schools. Now, if you decide to do a Google search, or maybe you're bored now and you've already done one on what action research is, you'll find there's lots of different styles and forms of action research, and there's heaps of books and articles written about it. So here's some of the names. Some people call it participatory research. Some call it design-based research, is where you try and refine a product or something like that. Some call it classroom action research. It's called action learning. It's called action science. It's called soft systems research, etc., etc. And they're all useful in different ways. The sort of action research I do is called critical participatory action research. So that's the one I'm going to focus on as we move forward. Now, critical participatory action research can be quite hard to say, even for a native English speaker. So often we just say CPAR. But what it involves is teachers and educational leaders and researchers all working collaboratively to bring about change in education. And what happens is trying to make small changes through different cycles. In the end, we end up transforming education by what we do is we do little changes, try it out, little change, try it out, little change, try it out. And then we stop and look back and you can say, oh, wow, look, we've really developed and grown here. And we've learned more about education in mathematics or science or whatever we happen to be doing. So I want to just outline some of these terms. The first one I put up was critical action research. What do I mean by critical? Critical is a funny word in English because it sometimes can mean criticize or say what's bad about something. And that's not what we mean here. Critical means what's important. And sometimes we don't know what's important. So when we start something, I always stop and say, ask these 3 questions. And I think they're very practical. And the first thing I say, is what we're doing irrational? Is it unreasonable or incoherent? And I'll give you one example now. If you can remember way back to when I was introduced, you'll see I was a mathematics teacher, but I was also a physical education teacher. And when I was a physical education teacher, we used to make the students run the cross country. I don't know if you do that in Malang schools, but in Australia, we used to make the kids run the cross country. And we'd get up and we'd make them run and run and run. We'd chase them on bikes and we'd tell them to hurry up. And in the end, they all hated it. So our goal in making them do the cross country was to say, we hope they learn that they love running and they love physical fitness and they'll want to keep doing it forever. But what happened was they hated it and they never wanted to do it again. Where did they learn to hate it? In my physical education class when I was chasing them around the course. So is that a rational thing to do? Does it make sense to keep chasing kids around the cross-country course if it's actually the outcome of it is they're learning that they don't want to do it ever again? That seems to me to be irrational. So that's what the first question is about. The second critical question is about, is it sustainable? Because sometimes we do things and we just can't keep going. It just doesn't work. So it's not sustainable to keep chasing the kids around the cross-country if in the end more and more students were coming to school saying, oh, I've got a note from my mother saying I can't run the cross-country because I've got a sore leg. So in the end, half the kids wouldn't do it, and then we'd have to try and organise something else for them, and this became unsustainable. So the first question, is what we're doing rational? Second question, is it sustainable? The third question, is what we're doing just, or does it adversely affect some people? Does it cause suffering? So those are what I call my three critical questions. And if you're interested, you can get these slides from Dr. Hubbardin, and they'll be on there. So here's an example from mathematics education. Now, and this relates to the example I'll give in a little bit as well. The first thing is, I'll let you into a secret about Australia. In mathematics, by the time they finish school, about 80% of the students hate mathematics. They say, I'm never doing it again. They become fearful of it. If you say to them, you want to do some maths, they'll cry, they will run away. If you're at a party and you tell people that I'm a maths teacher, they will walk away from you because they don't want to talk to you. So we have many students going through their mathematics education in Australian schools, and in the end, whatever else they've learned, 80% have learned that they don't like it and they never want to do it again. And they learnt it at school in my mathematics class. So the question is it rational or reasonable? Does it make sense to have a maths education program where kids end up disengaged? Now, the obvious answer is no. It doesn't make sense. That seems ridiculous. Why would you have a science program where the kids end up hating science when your job is to help them love science and want to get engaged in it? So, in mathematics education, it's not rational what we're doing. And we can say the children should do this and the students should do that, but the truth is the evidence says what we're doing at the moment is not a reasonable thing to do. Is this sustainable? Well, no, it's not sustainable because in Australia now, many students drop out of mathematics early. And so we don't have many going on to university to study mathematics. And now Australia as a country has very few mathematicians. And in fact, if you want to come and get a work visa in Australia, if you're a mathematician, you've got a very good chance. Because at the moment, we import about 20,000 mathematicians every year. Is that sustainable? No, of course not. We can't keep going on as a country not having any mathematicians come through because they learn at school to hate it. We need people to come through loving it so they will want to keep going, and then as a nation we have enough people who can keep going. The third question, is it just to do this? Well, no, it's not, because what we do is all these students who come through, we're limiting their opportunities. And I'll give you one example. In Australia, if you want to become a primary school teacher or an elementary school teacher, you have to have done maths at in your last year of school. But a lot of these students drop out of maths because they don't like it and it's too hard. So they then want to go on and be a primary school teacher and they can't, because the mathematics education we've provided them has not been fair or just, and it has limited their opportunities when we could have far better kept them engaged and having them continuing on to do mathematics so they had options in their future. So I think these three questions, these three critical questions, is it rational, or is it rational, is it reasonable, is it sustainable, and is it just or fair, are three really important but very practical questions we can ask if we want to try and develop mathematics education, and I'd say probably science education too. And probably more so for those of you involved in technology education. Imagine if you have children coming through now who don't want to be involved in coding and doing things like that. It's very dangerous for their future. So that was the critical part of the critical participatory action research. The second part I've got here is about participatory, and what does that mean? I'm not sure if you've used the term a community of practice. It originally came from some researchers called Lave and Wenger. Community of practice. But simply what it means is if you're going to do a group of mathematics teachers in a school with a researcher, what you want to be able to do is reflect together on the evidence about what's actually happening in your school. Not doing it by yourself, but doing it together. So you get more people thinking about the same ideas. So that involves everyone. And it means you have to accept a range of ideas and interpretations so you get a better idea of what's going on and how we can improve it. It's like a community of professionals engaged in a shared investigation. We used to say we're thinking together. Now, one of the things I've talked about is evidence or data. I tend to use the word evidence, and I'll tell you why. In Australia, if I say data, or some people say data, I don't know what you say, they tend to think it means like test scores and quantitative type things. And that can be very useful, of course, but evidence is a bit more broader than that. So if I say evidence, I want people to sort of investigate more like a journalist than like a statistician and trying to understand what's going on. So what sort of evidence can you collect to inform action research so you can improve what's going on in schools, in mathematics and science and technology as well? Well, first of all, you can get data from students. So it doesn't have to be a research project where you're generating data just for the research project. If you're working in schools, in mathematics classrooms or science classrooms, the students are doing work. They're making things. They'll write in their books, or they'll make things, or they'll do stuff. You can get examples of their work. That tells you a lot about what they're learning. This is not evidence you've had to create just for the project. It's something that will be immediately there that you just need to get a copy of. You can ask them for perceptions of what things have happened. So one of the best questions I think we can ask students is at the end of the lesson is, what did you learn today? And often what they say is not what we thought we taught them. I remember as a teacher, I thought was a wonderful lesson. And I said to the students at the end of the lesson, what did you learn? What's the most important thing you learned today? And they said to rule up the page margin and to underline the answer in red. That was the most important thing. So sometimes what the students have learned is not always what we think. So that's another. So getting evidence from students is really useful. You can also get evidence from teachers. They will have created things like lesson plans or unit plans. Hopefully as they've gone along, they might have put some notes on their plans or some notes down about things that were happening or didn't work well. And you can ask them afterwards, how did that go? What do you think about it? What do you think worked well? You can certainly get evidence from each other. So if you have a department meeting, keep some notes and summaries. They can have collegial conversations. And of course, you could have a focus group if you want to make it more formal research. And you can get data from the classroom. And so one of the best ones, I think, is if you do observations in classrooms. If you really want to know what's going on, better than having people tell you what's going on is actually having a look. But there's many more. I just wanted to give some examples. So here, sometimes the evidence we can use can also be very simple. This was part of a research project I did in a school, and I was the researcher, and they wanted to work out ways they could ask better questions in their, this was in the science class. They wanted to work out how they could ask better questions. They tended to just ask recall questions. So, you know, what's the name of this? And the students either knew or they didn't. They wanted them to ask questions where they would synthesize and reflect and critique things more. But before we did that, we decided we needed to look at, well, where were they actually asking the questions? Who was getting asked a question? So the first thing we said was who's getting asked a questions? And that was the first cycle, and I'll come back to the cycles in a minute. And we just had what happened was teachers would visit each other's classes with a simple map, and they'd just put a mark. So there's a map of the classroom. The teacher desk was at the front, and then there was 3 rows of 2 desks across in the classroom. And all the other teacher who was observing, who sat at the back, would do was put a mark every time the teacher asked one of them a question. And after 15 minutes, the teacher at the back left, and at the end of the lesson, the teacher would come back and say, here's the evidence I collected. And then the teacher who got the evidence could then reflect on it themselves. All right, so the teacher at the back didn't tell them what they saw or what they thought, they just gave them the evidence, and so the teacher could reflect and then ask the observer some questions. And here's one of what some of the evidence looked like from one class. So I don't know if you can see that clearly. So if you look at that, just have a think to yourself, what does this tell you about that classroom? Okay, and at this stage, it's probably quite hard for us to have some responses, but if I look at it, I can see that there's about 4 children who've got asked a lot of questions. And if I move my cursor, I don't know if you can see this, but you can see Julie got a lot of questions at the front, Charlene got a lot of questions, Andrew got a lot of questions, and all these students down this side got none. Okay, so the observing teacher gave this to the other teacher, and the other teacher said, oh, my goodness, that can't be right. And the teacher said, well, I just wrote down where you asked the questions. And it was quite interesting for the teacher who was teaching the class, because they never realized that they asked their questions to only a few kids. If you look at this, you can see about half the class never got asked one single question in the whole lesson. And the teacher was quite horrified to see that. If you're interested to know, the children on this side, so if you're looking at it on the right-hand side where they got no questions, they were all the nice children who didn't want to bother the teacher, never put up their hand, never asked any questions, just were quiet. Andrew over here on the left-hand side, he was the one who was in trouble a lot. So why would the teacher ask him a question? To get him back on track, to keep his behaviour in mind. And these 3 children at the front, Jane, Julie and Charlene, right here in the middle of the front, they were the ones who were super interested in everything. They would always sit at the front of the class. Every time the teacher asked a question, they'd put their hands straight up all the time to ask the question. They demanded the teacher's attention all the time. So my point here is some very simple evidence told the teacher a lot about their class and enabled them then to think about how could I ask my questions more broadly to involve everyone. Because at the moment, this class is not fair because half the kids aren't getting asked any questions at all. But I hope you see how simple it is, not highly complicated. And incidentally, for those of you who are in the university, we did a few more rounds. This was just the first part of it. We did a bit more study around it. And by the time we ended it, we wrote a journal article, which was published in a peer-reviewed journal. We also wrote about it in a teaching of maths journal, where it was read to other teachers. Okay, so I'm going to give you one example. This example is from a mathematics department which had 8 staff with a range of teaching styles in a secondary school. So one of the teachers was very formal, taught mostly from the front, had all the students in rows and columns. Another teacher was very informal, had the students in groups, and they were all different. The issue they had, and this relates to one of the things I said earlier, was about disengagement. So what happens was students were not engaging. In their maths, they would do the bare minimum and then they would do no extra. Many students didn't like maths, and when they got to the senior years, many of them would, when they had a choice, would take an easier one than they could do. So some of the bright students who could have done the highest level of maths did the next one down. Some of the ones who should be doing the middle level of maths did the easy one. Some of the ones who should be doing the easy one did none, because they just wanted to get away from doing maths at all. So obviously this was a problem for our mathematics department. One, because we weren't doing a very good job. We were teaching the children not to like maths. But also we were running out of students to do senior classes, so we didn't need so many teachers. So even just to keep our jobs, we needed to keep more kids enjoying and engaging maths. So our issue we wanted to do was to have mathematics education that was more engaging, but the principal of the school was very worried that the scores would go down. So he didn't want their test scores to go down, so he had to have something that was engaging and got the students interested in maths, but their performance still stayed high. So I'm not sure if that sounds familiar, but that's what happened in this school where I was working. So I'm going back to the cycles. And what they did here was at the start, we got them to address those 3 critical questions as a group. They had a retreat and we said, is it reasonable? Is it sustainable? Is it fair? And that's when they came to this conclusion. So what did they do? Well, first of all, they decided to focus on their Year 9 students. So Year 9 would be students about 14 years old, 14 to 15. And they knew they had coming up in the next block of teaching what it was about. So they found an activity which was much more hands-on and involved practical things. And then what they did was they did the activity themselves. The teachers did it. And then the teachers noted down their solutions to this activity and how they felt about doing it. Now, this was very interesting. I'm not sure, for those of you who are maths educators, whether you still do any maths yourself, or if you're a science educator, whether you still engage in scientific inquiry. But for these teachers, they found out it was very interesting that they'd never done maths for a long time. They taught maths, but they never did any maths themselves. But they found they quite enjoyed it. But it was interesting that they were actually not doing any maths, and is it any wonder that the children they taught didn't actually want to do any maths? If you compare that to, say, a music teacher, most music teachers will play music in their own time as well. So anyway, they did it together. They were quite scared about sharing their ideas first, which is interesting because we always want children to share their ideas. But they did, and they found they quite enjoyed it, and they decided that they would do more maths together as part of their program. And incidentally, for those of you who work in schools, one of the best professional development you can do is to get the teachers engaged in doing some of the substantive practices you want them to learn. Okay, so if you're working with IT teachers, get them to do something that they might learn something from. Okay, so that was the first cycle. Now, until they'd done that first cycle, they didn't think about what to do in the next cycle. It was only at that step 4 where they thought, okay, what next? And so then what they did was that activity that they tried, they all did it with their class. Okay, so they built the activity into their unit at step 1, they planned it, and then in step 2, each teacher did it with their students at a different time. And as they did it, another teacher would come in and watch from the back. At the time, they collected the students' work samples and the teacher notes from the observation. So that's the evidence. And in step 4, they got together again afterwards. They looked at the student work samples together, and they also looked at the notes from each of the teachers.
Lagi coba speaker. Setelah sama Bapak baru ini. Panggil ya Papa, Mama.
I think someone's got their microphone on.
Udah.
Okay. And once they did that, what did they find? Well, they found that the students were actually engaged in the task. It was a practical thing because the students said, we never do anything practical. When am I ever going to use this? So they were quite engaged. But what the kids thought was, oh, this isn't a maths lesson. This is just a play lesson. And then we'll get back to the real maths tomorrow. Okay, so they tried something out, they collected some evidence, and they reflected on the evidence, and then they planned what they were going to do next. So what they did next was they found a new activity for the next block of work they were doing. And again, same thing, they put that activity into the program for the classes, and they collected some student work samples and some teacher observations. And then they reflected on the evidence again. But this time, once they did the activity in class, they also made sure it was really clear what the maths was. Okay, so for those of you doing mathematics, it was about a patterning activity. So they made sure the kids knew that this was about algebra. So they were clear what the formal math length was. So again, they found the students liked doing the practical hands-on tasks, and their work samples indicated that they were also able to make some connections to the formal maths curriculum that they were learning. So they didn't just see it as a random activity to do for fun. It was actually part of learning maths. And so after that, they went on to plan cycle 4. Now, once they got to this point, they wanted to find out what the students thought. So what they did was they made up a little survey. Now, when I say survey questionnaire, don't think a 10-page Likert scale. It was one half page, and it just said, what did you enjoy about the lessons, what didn't you like, and what are you worried about, or something like that. And what happened was I, as the researcher, collected all the surveys from them, and then I just summarised it for them and gave it back to the teachers and asked them to reflect on what we found. Now, what we found was the students really liked doing the activities. They liked seeing some mathematics that was practical and hands-on and interesting for them. They were worried they weren't learning any maths because they were worried about their exams. That's what they were concerned about. So the evidence said we need to keep doing the activities, but we also need to make sure they're really clear that they're learning and what it's learning and how it relates to the exam. And once they did that, they then decided to go to cycle 5. Now, in cycle 5, what they did was they'd do another activity, they'd collect the work samples again, they would teachers would observe again, and then they followed the activity up with an exam question which followed the same maths idea. So they did an exam question which looked like the activity. So they were building their confidence up about their exams. And then that was in cycle 5. I haven't got it written here. And so that after 5 cycles, they'd finished 2 terms of school, half the year. And so they stopped and they had a retreat. And they wanted to look back over the whole of the 5 cycles to see what was going on. And these were some of the things they found. They found that they were using a greater variety of teaching approaches. So before, the teacher, who was very formal and had the students in rows and columns, just taught every day exactly the same. Gave some examples, gave some notes, and then the kids worked from the textbook. The one who worked in groups always worked the same. The children were always in groups, given a problem, and they worked together. They never had any variety. So what they found from this is they tried to use different variety and particular activities that were practical and hands-on and engaging for the students. And they all changed their teaching a little bit in response to the evidence, or the research, if you like. What they found was the students' learning was more connected to their lives outside of school. So when they did the practical activities, they tried to connect it to kids' interests outside of school. And so the kids thought it was more relevant, because one of the things the children always said was, when am I ever going to use this? This is a waste of time. So they tried to relate it to the things they needed to do. I can see someone's looking at their watch. Have I got a couple of minutes to go? Someone will tell me when to stop if I need to. Their results incidentally improved by about 12% on their exam.
Excuse me, Professor. You have
5
times left.
Okay, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, sorry, 5 minutes left.
Yep, perfect. And what we found was the school changed their professional development approach from going off to different courses to using action research. And they just did that all the time. That's how they kept operating all the time. And they worked together more closely. Before, they used to just sit in their own classrooms and do their own thing. Now, I can hear some of you saying, that's nice, good development in school, but what were the research outputs for the researcher? Well, in conjunction with the teacher participants, the researcher produced 3 journal articles. The researcher was me, by the way. We wrote one on teachers doing mathematics together as professional learning. We wrote one on action research for sustainable professional development in schools, and we wrote one on engaging students in mathematics. They were all Q1 or Q2 journals, peer-reviewed publications are on my list of publications now. We also developed a master's course in school-based development and maths education, and teachers would come in from school and do their master's degree, and this was the way we structured their learning. And after this, a lot of schools would get the researcher to come out and work in them to support evidence-based development. So this is not just fun work to do with schools. There were academic outputs for those of you who need to get publications, and because you work in the university, things that are worth university. And also, I secured an external grant to fund further research. If you're interested, these 2 journals are both peer-reviewed academic journals which publish action research. Okay, so some conclusions and implications. If we want to improve education, this is one way we can work much more closely with schools and teachers in classrooms about where learning actually happens. It focuses on the ordinary or the everyday things that happen in schools, not some special event lesson we do once a year and then leave, about what happens every day in classrooms, because that's what the students experience. But it also highlights the fact that this notion of best practice just doesn't work. There is no such thing as best practice. So rather than trying to find what the answer is, we need to find out what are the answers that work in various places. And this is one way we can help them do it. Now, if you're interested, this is a book not written by me, but one that is really helpful about doing action research. It's called the Action Research Planner. It might be in your library. And that's my contact details. I'm sorry, I've gone quite quickly through it, but and it's, as you can imagine, I'm sure it's difficult for you sitting there looking at your TVs while I'm talking to my screen here. But all these slides Dr. Haberdin has got, and I'm more than welcome for him to give them to you should you want them. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gutenberg, and it was very interesting talk. And now coming to the question session, and I think it will be several questions already posted in the chat room, and then I think Professor Griffith would be very pleased to answer the question. Maybe send me to the. Before collecting the question from the chat room, maybe somebody would like to ask the question to Professor Gutenberg, please. If anybody would like to directly give the questions through the conference. Nobody?
I can see some in the chat here.
Yes, chat. We like to we try to summarize the chat, but I see some chat there, and they were asking in Indonesia, there is so difficult to inform the teacher to the action research. They said they have no motivation, they never did the research, and we many times come to the school in the service, university service, and inform them to the action research, but they did not continue after we come back to the university. So in this kind of problem, how do you solve in Australia?
So this is not an uncommon problem here. They'll come and do action research as a project, and once the project's finished, they'll finish. So when we start right at the beginning, we try and say we're not doing a project. What we're trying to do is by the end of this activity, you will change things. Things will be different. You want to work differently. And what we found is people are willing to do it if it's better for their students. So what we have to show them is that that gets better outcomes for their students. Oh, I can see myself now.
This would be a long time to change the mindset of the teacher to get involved in the research. I think it's not just one time doing, maybe it's a continuous or sustainable research for them. Maybe we have to try to build their capability in doing research first, classroom research first, and this maybe not, we cannot do it in just 6 months, maybe a couple of years to make teachers to be used to with the research in the class. And let's see another, maybe Professor Gutenberg already also can see the question, then might answer directly from the chat room.
And I think your point about doing it over an extended period of time is important. One thing we find very hard is some teachers who think, I'm already a good teacher, I don't need to change. And so that's where we try to make the case about how it's important that everyone's a learner. Everyone keeps learning. And if you're a teacher, your job is to help people learn. And if you don't want to learn, then there's something wrong because your whole business is about learning. But it's true, there'll be some people who don't want to change. And in essence, we tend to just to leave them alone. We try and work. What we tried to do in some of the projects you've seen is work with the teachers who were keen. And when it was successful and they enjoyed it and they talked about it in the staff room, other teachers then join in.
Okay, one question from Professor Herawati from Biology Department. He is asking, but how many cycles normally you are doing for the action research until you get some enough result?
So when I've worked in some of the schools, we've done it over, if we're doing it over 1 year, let's say, we would have a meeting at the start where we'd ask the critical questions, and then we'd try and get through 4 or 6 cycles.
Okay.
The middle of the year would stop and look back over what we've done to try and show how we've changed and developed. And that's, I found my job as a researcher was to try and highlight some of those things to them, and then we'd do another between 4 and 6 cycles towards the end of the year. So in a year, I would try and do about 10.
Oh, 10. And,
because I'm trying to make them keep it small rather than...
For every cycles, how many meeting generally for every cycle?
Oh, one.
One. Okay.
So you do the cycle, you plan, you reflect on what the last cycle was, and then you plan the next one and you go through. And then when you get to the end, one meeting to reflect on that cycle and plan the next one. And the normal department meeting, which they had anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Habidin will ask a question to Professor Gutenberg. Please, Mr. Habidin.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you again. Even it's just by virtual, but it's okay. Hopefully, I can meet you very soon in Australia.
I hope so.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually there is. Let's say it's a joke. Maybe I just found it a couple days ago. Some say that in work field, the most important things that people have to master at the moment is Excel. So they said, why have to bother ourselves to learn some high mathematics? So do you think such kind of things will impact mathematics curriculum in school or something like that? Yeah, thank you.
I didn't quite hear it clearly, but I think you're asking, should the teachers be doing some mathematics, and is that important? I think if you're in any subject, science, chemistry, anything, you should be still doing some of those activities. Because in a sense, when you're working with students, you are trying to help them become part of the community of scientists or part of the community of mathematicians. And we do things and we enjoy doing things together, and we work in certain ways. So to me, it should be, if you're a mathematics teacher, it should be fun to do some mathematics. And one of the problems I have with a lot of my staff in the past is they didn't like doing mathematics. And then I say, well, why do you think the students don't like doing it if you don't like doing it? Is that what you were asking?
Yes. Professor Habidin, please.
Okay, this actually about Excel, because of Excel. People say that nowadays, because of Excel, you can solve many things. So they said maybe we don't need to learn too hard about mathematics. So do you think this is the case?
Oh yeah.
What she meant is many programs can do math. It's like Excel. So why do we do math if software already providing for us? That makes student being lazy to do math.
I understand.
So how to change the student mind?
Yeah. So it's very interesting that technology has changed many things. And so some of the things that were important when I was young are not so important now. So when I was young, I had to learn to do long division. I don't know if you know what I mean by long.
Yeah, me too.
Something like 157 into 4,562,315. But to me, that's not important anymore because I have a calculator that does that very easily. But so in the past, the role was to learn the mathematics and not use it very much. I think now, because we've got Excel and other programs, we're much more able to apply it and use it. And I think we should be expecting students to apply and use the information much more because actually the calculation of it's relatively easy. So I think maths is still hard and interesting. It's just different than what it used to be. And I think technology's just made it different.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Gutenberg. It was very nice talk. I guess if you want to ask more about the action research, especially in mathematics, you have a contact number or email. You can ask the team, conference team, the email address for Professor Gutenberg if you want to give more questions. What I try to summarize from this talk is that the research should involving academic, teacher, and especially it should be focused on classroom. And the classroom is site-based as a unique, and every classroom has a different profile, microenvironment which is different between one and another classroom. Here in Indonesia and Australia is different. And best practice is not always can be applied in any place. Should be again reflecting what happened in the classroom. That's what I catch from this talk. And thank you very much. We are coming to the end. And then if there is any more question, please directly send email. It's very important, of course. Send email to Professor Gutenberg, and maybe we hope to meet you another time here in
Yeah.
Malang. I'm sorry that the COVID-19 is not allowing us to meet you on the ground here in Malang.
Well, next year I have study sabbatical, and my plan is to come to Malang. I haven't told Professor Sawoto yet, but to work with Haberdin and others about publication and research, and also to I'm happy to work with people about action research as well. So that's my plan at this stage next year, but we'll see what COVID says, what I can do.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
We really hope you to be here.
Okay. Professor Hadi, maybe.
From Professor Hadi Siono. Yeah.
Morning, Professor.
Hello.
Good morning, Professor.
Oh, good morning.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience this morning. Yeah, your presentation is very interesting and building new knowledge on education research in school for us, and I think also for the participant. Actually, I plan to visit your university with my student in math education, in graduate student math education. Maybe next year.
Yes.
My students are teachers in lower secondary school, and I think they need to upgrade their knowledge and experience about the classroom action research. Is it possible next year to visit your university?
If our government's let it, I would love to have your you come over and visit. And I know I owe you some a nice dinner because you looked after me so well when I was over there last year. So I'm more than welcome anyone who would come over.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We will be and meet you again next year.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's pray together that COVID-19 will go away from the world, and we really can move from Australia here. They will have a joint research and also doing more research together between Brisbane and Malang. Professor Gutenberg, thank you very much for your nice presentation, for your nice share, and for the audience, thank you for the collaboration. Thank you for the participation, and goodbye. And I give back the time to Miss Rivka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soharti. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next sessions, we have the second plenary sessions with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Imelda Santos Caleon from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. We would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Kusaini, to lead these second sessions. For your information, Mr. Kusaini is an assistant professor in physics education department who is currently doing his PhD in the University of Adelaide, Australia. Please welcome Mr. Kusaini. Mr. Kusaini, time is yours. Mr. Kusaini, are you there? Mr. Kusaini, we still can't hear your voice. Perhaps you have to check your microphone or your, just unmute your Zoom, please. So sorry, we still can't hear your voice. Yeah. Try to say something again. Okay. Please say something again. We still can't hear your voice. So sorry.
Hello.
Okay. All right. That's good. Okay. We now can hear your voice. Okay. So time is yours, Mr. Kosaini. I'm so sorry, we lost your voice again. So yeah, just make sure that you have been unmuted, and perhaps you have to check the sound setting on your computer. Okay, try to say something again. Oh, no, we still can't hear your voice.
Lagi kali Mas.
All right. Okay, can you check your computer? Perhaps you have to unplug your microphone.
Okay, hello.
Okay, that's
Okay.
good. We can hear your voice. Okay.
Finally, thank you.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Rifka. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kusaini from Physics Department, University of Universitas Negeri Malang. And I will be the moderator for the second plenary session today. On behalf of the organizer, the fourth ICoMSE 2020, we wish to extend our warm welcome and thank you to Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Before we begin, let me read her curriculum vitae. Okay, wait a minute. Let me say. Sorry, wait a minute. I am trying to share the. Finally. Okay. Our presenter today. Our presenter today is Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion. Good morning, Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion.
Good morning.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge here. Let me introduce yourself here. Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion is assistant dean for partnerships in her university, and it is Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion. Dr. Imelda Santos Kalion is actually assistant dean on partnership and program director of the lifelong learning, cognition, and well-being research program at the Office of Education Research, Nanyang Technological University. She received Master of Arts and PhD degrees from NTU, and actually graduated from bachelor degree in science, particularly in physics, and Master of Science degree in teaching physics from the De La Salle University, Philippines. This is another achievement from Dr. Imelda Santos Carreon. She was a 3 recipient of the Dean Commendation for Research Award from NIE. And then this is her experiences, a lot of experiences here. This is our good opportunity to learn from her. And then, whoa, lot of presentation here, around 100 presentation, and then around 70 presentation that already invited her. This is publication from Dr. Imelda Santos Carreon. This is the journal articles. And today, Dr. Imelda Santos will tell about positive education, how positive psychology for STEM education. Okay, that's all the curriculum vitae of our speaker today. And then for Dr. Imelda Santos, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kusaini. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
can you see my slides? Can you see my slides now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Sorry, that's all I could do.
Waalaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Is that correct? Okay. A pleasant good morning. Greetings from Singapore. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my experiences with you during this conference. Okay, as Mr. Kusaini mentioned, I have research experience both in science education as well as positive psychology and positive education. Before coming here, while preparing my presentation, I was actually torn between two options. Should I present my research in science education? I have done quite extensive research in relation to diagnostic assessment, multi-4-tier diagnostic assessment of conceptual learning. My research area also is on conceptual change. I initially wanted to share that with you. And then I thought, should I share my new research interests, which is about positive psychology and positive education? So in the end, I decided that maybe I will share my new research agenda for one reason. And this is what I'll share with you now. Why did I choose to present something about positive psychology and positive education? Okay. As you could see here, almost 1/3, there's this information, almost 1/3 of world population suffer from depression in South Asia. This is a world phenomenon, but it is especially crucial in South Asia. Okay, about 86 million people have depression and are working towards managing this mental health issue. In Singapore, we have this problem as well. More teens in Singapore are seeking help on mental health problems, primarily because of stress-related problems such as anxiety and depressive disorder. Okay, so there's the clinics there see an average of about 2,400 new cases every year from 2012 to 2017. So the next question is this relevant to Indonesia? So I tried to get some information from in relation to Indonesia, and here's what I've got. Okay, so Indonesia is one of the countries that focus on what mental health as a top priority. Okay, and then also it is in the list of countries with high incidence of depression, number 4 after US, China, and India. It's not a good statistic. This is worse, I think. more than 1 in 4 Indonesians experience suicidal thoughts. I believe this is something that is not just about Indonesia, about Singapore. In the Philippines, which is my country of origin, when I visited there, while walking along the staircase, I noticed, why are you putting all of these ropes around the stairs? And then they mentioned, because some students jump there, because, you have the staircase, you have the elevator, and then there are staircase that could be another passageway. They put ropes to prevent students from jumping in there. And then I said, what's happening to our youth? What's happening? Okay, so I thought that is concerning. And as I said, this is a world phenomenon. Okay, then the next thing is about, because we are in a conference in relation to mathematics and science, so is it relevant to science education? So let's check the data. Okay. This is what I've got. Depression afflicts almost half of STEM graduate students at Berkeley, one of the best schools in the USA. Half of STEM graduates are afflicted with depression. I have a colleague who had to rush to go back to his country because her daughter, who's doing a PhD, is having problems similar to this. Recent publication in Nature say that according to the Global Graduate Survey published in 2017, 12% of students, PhD students, sought help for anxiety or depression caused by graduate studies, academics trying to achieve. So according to this article, science is a breeding ground for anxiety and depression. When I say science, it also covers mathematics. Because of the hyper-competitive environment, we all know that mathematics, sciences are very challenging courses and subjects. So the question is, what's happening to our world? What's happening to our youth? So I'm thinking, maybe we could do something. We could help in managing this in our own little way as researchers and educators. So as I said, this prompted me to choose this topic for today. So here's an overview of my presentation. I will discuss an area that is very relevant to addressing mental health issues and preventing the occurrence of mental health issues, which is positive psychology and its applied form, positive education. Then I'll move to presenting a bit about the goals of STEM education and how these two tend to have an alignment. Later on, I will also focus on some ways by which they could operate in synergy. I will also be sharing some theories and practices in positive psychology and positive education that we can apply in STEM education, science education, maths education. Okay. So what is positive psychology? Simply put, it is the science of flourishing. It is the science of so-called happiness. Okay. Positive psychology began as a push towards using psychology to increase flourishing, optimal functioning of people, okay, rather than to simply deal with mental health issues. It focuses on promoting positive experiences, promoting and understanding positive experiences, positive traits and states, and positive institutions. It also examines perspectives about human potential, mods, and capacities. Okay. Then what is positive education? Well, it's basically the applied form of positive psychology. The findings in positive psychology, the interventions that have been studied are applied in the teaching and learning. Okay. The main goals of positive education are twofold. Number one, the traditional goal of education, which is improve the skills of achievement. What are the skills of academic achievement? This could be problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills, learning strategies, argumentation. These are the skills of academic skills of achievement. For positive education, there should be another goal which is about improving, promoting, enhancing the skills of well-being. Examples, this could be like developing resilience, developing positive mindsets, having more hopeful thinking, being more hopeful, being able to regulate emotions. These are examples of skills of well-being. According to the one of the founders, or the one who boosted awareness on positive education and positive psychology, he said that more well-being is synergistic with better learning. Then the question is, then what is well-being? What is flourishing? When can you say that somebody is flourishing? Okay, so here are some markers of flourishing, of well-being. When you are high in these 5 areas, when you are high in the level of this, okay, you can be considered as high level of well-being and high level of flourishing. In simple terms, we could say that well-being is about feeling good, feeling contented about the past, being happy in the present, being hopeful about the future, and able to cope with difficult emotions and experiences. Another component of well-being, of flourishing, is about doing good or functioning well. Okay? So well-being is more than just happiness, what we usually think about happiness, like feeling happy. Well-being is also about functioning well, doing good, okay? Okay, having the being able to accomplish our goals, being able to find meaning in the work that we do, and being able to support others, okay? These are what we call key elements or indicators of well-being and flourishing. Okay. Why do we need to promote student well-being? Aside from what I have stated earlier about the worrying phenomenon of increasing cases of mental health issues around the world, why do we need to promote student well-being? Here are some findings. From one study which followed children over the course of 40 years, okay? They found that those who suffered from depression early in life had lower income, lower educational attainment, and more absences at work later in life. Having greater well-being, which is indicated by life satisfaction during adolescence, was predictive of income 10 years later, even after controlling for IQ, education, height, self-esteem. In other words, having higher well-being, being happy, pays. When we are happy, when we have high level of well-being, we are productive, okay? And what's happening to our youth now can affect what will happen to them, how they perform, how they function in the future. Okay? There's also this study which suggests that, which somehow supports that assertion of Seligman that well-being is synergistic with better learning. Life satisfaction, a key indicator of well-being, was found to be correlated and predictive of academic achievement, attitudes towards school. This was a study done in the US, and there is another study which I was reading last night, which was conducted in Asia, also saying the same thing. Okay, Now let us go back to the objectives of STEM education. After I presented positive education, positive psychology, let's go back to STEM education. What are its objectives? Then later on, what we see, what is the common thing between them and how they can work in synergy. Okay, here's the definition of STEM education that I have surfaced from the literature. Well, STEM is an uses interdisciplinary approach to learning. It focuses on teaching about learning academic concepts applied in real world. And then students are also expected to have transfer of learning from the classroom to the outside world, to the school, to the community. Okay. And I also noted that STEM education, maths education, science education, they have one fundamental goal, and that is nurture flourishing individuals who are critical thinkers, lifelong learners, who seek to grow and make positive, innovative contributions to 21st century society. Noting this objective of STEM education and looking back to the objectives of positive education and positive psychology, I note they have a common denominator. They have a point of convergence, which is about promoting flourishing among individuals, among our students. So the next question is, how can that be done? I also note the key challenges in STEM education that were also addressed by our earlier speaker. He mentioned about the challenges of the teaching, okay, how to teach in an interdisciplinary way, how to deal with the stereotypes, how to change or modify the stereotype that STEM, mathematics, science, they are difficult and they are only for the talented or privileged group. Another challenge is about the decreasing trend in student interest and participation in STEM, especially for women. Okay? How can positive education address some, maybe not all of these challenges? So later on, maybe you could try to reflect on what I would be sharing and see how these challenges can be dealt with through the principles and practices of positive education. Okay, so what we are doing now is somehow marry the two, see how the two can work together in order to promote students' flourishing, both in the academics, but also in relation to their life functioning. Okay. So the next question that I will address is this. How can positive education and STEM education operate in synergy? How can STEM education apply some of the principles of positive education and positive psychology to achieve its goals? Conversely, is there a way for science education to help positive education achieve its goals? Let us find out. I framed the key points that I will be sharing into assertions. Why? Because I realized while I was doing my research, there are very few studies on positive psychology and positive education that specifically cover STEM or science teaching and learning, mathematics teaching and learning. So that's why what I did is to extract some findings from different fields, maybe teaching in languages, maybe in humanities, so that we could see how it could be somehow applied in STEM education. Okay, so as much as possible, I tried to extract relevant studies done in the context of science and mathematics. But as I said, there are only few of them, so that's why I framed this as an assertion. And I challenge you to follow up this assertion, try to verify if these assertions are applicable in your context, and see the degree of support that you can extract out of the research, empirical research that you're going to do. Assertion number one. enhancing students' well-being can help students excel in learning STEM. This assertion was verified and supported in other fields, but does it also work in STEM? Okay. So, and then the other question is, how can it be done? How can students' well-being improve students' performance or students' learning in STEM? So there are some so-called trademark or key positive psychology approaches that are being used in the field. Their goals are to increase positive emotions, reduce negative emotions, encourage positive behaviors and positive cognition or thoughts, and promote satisfaction of basic human or psychological needs. The common categories of positive psychology activities can be the following. They could be under savoring approaches. You hear a lot about mindfulness, doing altruistic acts, discovering and applying character strengths, cultivating positive mindsets, promoting positive relationships. All of these are so-called approaches, positive psychology approaches that have been applied in the field of positive education. Okay. So one of the rock stars in positive psychology is this person, Barbara Fredrickson. Okay, she authored this book, Positivity Lab 2.0. Okay, her study, what is the meaning of positivity? For her, positivity is about positive emotions. Okay, having experiences of one of several positive emotions. Okay, according to her, positive people are able to maintain a broader perspective and see the big picture. Okay, which helps them identify solutions, whereas negative people, those who have most of the time negative emotions, maintain a narrower perspective and tend to focus on specific problems. Okay, so when we are more, according to her, when we have more positive emotions, when we tend to experience more positive emotions, we see the bigger picture and we are able to focus on more details, okay, around us. Barbara Fredrickson proposed one theory that is used in positive psychology. This is called the broaden and build theory. The broaden and build theory posits that experiences of positive emotions broaden people's thought action repertoire, which in turn serve to build their enduring personal resources such as social and intellectual resources. For example, joy. Okay, so this is a positive emotion. The joy creates or helps us want to play, right? When we feel joyful, we want to play. And then when we play, we build resources such as connecting with people. When we play with others, we build social bonds. And according to this theory, when we engage in play, okay, we also increase. We are likely to develop our creativity and problem solving. There is a big area which is being done by colleagues in NIE. They are focusing on play-based learning or game-based learning because they believe that in play, you could help cultivate students' 21st century skills, especially increase further our positive emotions. So this is somehow, this is what we call broaden and build. So when you broaden your perspective, your thought action repertoire, you build resources that help you achieve your goals, help you to flourish, and then improve your positive emotions. So this is a happy situation. It's a positive spiral. Okay. According to studies as well, this is a study supporting the broaden and build theories. It states that when people experience positive affect, positive emotions, they increase preference for variety and accept a broader array of behavioral options. We tend to focus more on, we become more open. Okay, for example, we're problem solving when we have positive affect, we're more likely to consider more possible solutions. Okay. We also try out more options. Okay. The reverse happens when you are under stress, having strong negative emotions. Our tendency is to focus on narrower and a particular area. Okay. We focus more on particular details. It's difficult for us to focus on many details. Okay. So whenever we also experience positive affect, okay, according to this study, they found that people become more flexible, become creative, integrative, and more open to information and more efficient. In another study, they found out that when people are more predisposed to having positive emotions, they are also able to recover physiologically from the effects of negative emotions. So positive emotions have what we call undoing effects. Why am I emphasizing this? Because in science education, we are doing lots of problem solving. The theme of this conference is about innovation. And I believe...
Imelda?
Yes?
We still have around 10 minutes for presentation session.
Okay, so
Thank you.
10 minutes more. Okay, thank you for the information. Okay,
Thank you.
so when we experience more positive emotions, we tend to be more creative and innovative. Okay. So here's a question for you. When you look at this picture, which would capture your attention more? Mr. Kusaini, which one captured your attention more? A, B, C.
B.
Okay, A. Okay, correct.
C.
Sorry, it's not good. No, so sorry, did you say C?
Yeah.
Okay, C. Okay. Mr. Kusaini is, I believe, tend to be a more positive person because he focused on the positive, the picture that elicits or that shows positive emotion. When I present this picture whenever I'm presenting, the more common response that I get is that the one that captures their attention more is A. Okay. The story of that is you have, okay, I don't have time, so I'll just tell you the story when you ask me. Okay. So most people, it's not like Mr. Kusaini. They focus more on the negative first because I think it's something wired to our survival. We have this negativity bias. We tend to process the negative more and longer than the positive. Okay. So that's why we need to exert extra effort to focus on the positive, to have more positive experiences. And whenever we have positive experiences, I think we have to prolong and enhance the benefits of those. And one of those can be done through savoring, one of the key positive psychology approaches. So let's say when you are teaching in class, maybe you could help your students who maybe not many times experience positive emotions when in your class because of the difficulty in doing the subject. When they experience success, let them savor it. Let them share it with others. That is one way of savoring. Okay. So I'll skip some of these parts and move on to the next. Okay. So another way to cultivate, to counteract the negativity bias is to be grateful. Okay. Grateful people were found to achieve more. In our own study, grateful people also tend to be more connected, tend to have more positive relationships. This is an experimental study. So when we manipulate gratitude, when we try to improve students' gratitude level, there was an increase or improvement in their relationships with their friends and also their parents. How can well-being be promoted in science, in maths? Okay, this is a study which was done, I think, in biology, in the context of biology. In this study, it was found that eliciting, including, and confronting alternative conception in gene technology was found to promote interest, higher levels of well-being, lower levels of anxiety, and higher achievement for the students. So this is a case when some typical science education strategies, this is something close to my heart, by the way, are able to promote well-being, okay, to enhance students' interest and well-being, okay? So for those, maybe you could ask me questions later after this. I just need to cover the areas that I'm going to intend to cover, okay? So assertion 2, promoting students' need satisfaction can foster students' interest, motivation, well-being in STEM, okay? So these are two other rock stars in positive psychology, but they actually predated positive psychology because their theory is very popular. I have met some Indonesian friends who have done research in self-determination theory. According to this theory, okay, we have 3 basic psychological needs of competence, autonomy, and relatedness. When when we feel that we are capable of achieving our goals, when we feel that we have a choice in doing things, when we feel that we are connected, we tend to have more intrinsic motivation, more self-determined behavior, and tend to have higher levels of well-being. In my study also, it was found that from teaching that promote competence, autonomy, and relatedness also promote higher levels of resilience, help students, especially the low achieving ones, to turn around their achievements. This was done in the context of mathematics. Okay, so this is a study indicating that when teachers provide schoolwork that are purposeful and interesting, it makes the student achieve more, allow them to process information more deeply, and then they tend to have engage in more self-regulated learning. This is done in the context of mathematics. Okay. So what can be done to promote competence, autonomy, and relatedness? So there are some key approaches. Here are some examples. Provide opportunities for students to help others. So when they help others, they feel competent. They also engage. You can also ask them to engage in think aloud session, divide tasks into parts, and ask students to repeat instructions. This serves as a way to help them structure the experience and help them achieve their goals in performing the task. Self-reference feedback is always, according to studies, most of the time better than feedback that compare students to others or compare what we say norm reference feedback. Okay, so in promoting autonomy, provide choices, but not too many. The choices could be as simple as groupings in doing laboratory work. That could be a way to promote autonomy. Okay, present the purpose of learning activity so that they are able to somehow internalize the value of the activity. Listen to the students' voices. Okay, use students' ideas during teaching. I think that is somehow connected to the idea of alternative conceptions being infused in teaching, being utilized in classroom teaching. The students feel that you value their ideas. Okay, when you include their alternative conceptions and deal with them, the students think that you care about their ideas. Okay, so I think this one is sort of classic. There are classic approaches when it comes to teaching. This cuts across all domains. It is very important to promote positive relationships between students and teachers and between and among students as well. Okay, assertion 3 is one of my favorite. It's about cultivating positive mindsets, which are linked to resilience and perseverance. We have some studies showing that this there were some studies done in the context of science and mathematics that support this idea. Okay, so mindsets. I think you are more familiar with this person, as is very popular. When you talk about mindsets, when we hear about mindsets, we hear Carol Dweck's name, right? So what is mindsets? Basically, they are beliefs. They are our own theories or perceptions that we hold about people, about particular phenomena, about how the world works. Okay, so there's also a huge volume of studies pertaining to beliefs in science education. So somehow she reframed it, she called it mindsets, okay? So mindsets are actually determine our course of action, okay? If we change, they say if we change mindsets, we change our behavior, we change our outcome. So what are these mindsets? So there are two types of mindsets. One could be, there are different forms of mindsets. They could be about intelligence, it could be about interest, it could be about stress. So these ones are the most popular, okay? Intelligence is fixed, you're either dumb or smart. Intelligence can be developed. Intelligence is malleable, okay? People with fixed mindset, they avoid challenges in the face of setbacks, okay? And when they fail, they believe they are no good. They just stop trying. Those with growth mindsets, they embrace challenges as a chance to grow. In the face of setbacks, they persist. When they fail, they exert more effort, okay? So those with growth mindsets learn from criticisms. Okay. So as I said, there is also mindsets about interest. These are somewhat new in the field. I think it's very relevant to in promoting interest in science education and mathematics education or in STEM courses. There's also now a new idea. This is my new study about stress. Stress could be there is such a mindset as stress is debilitating or stress is enhancing. I could share this with you maybe next time we meet. So this is a study that I'm currently conducting in Singapore. Okay, how do we cultivate growth mindsets and what is the benefit of it? So according to this study, which involved low achieving students, promoting growth mindsets of intelligence improve achievements of math grades of students who are low achieving. Okay, how do we cultivate growth mindsets in teaching? When you hear the student saying, I'm really not a science kind of guy, you could say, maybe just not yet. See? And we must also be careful in giving our feedback. When students fail, don't say, anyway, you're good at sports and arts. Perhaps this is a better way of saying, how do you think can you learn better? When you learn how to do a new set of problems, it grows your brain. Help them believe that they can do something and that they can grow and that their intelligence, their knowledge can grow, their capabilities can grow. Okay, when students fail, some of us say, good effort, try harder. It's good. Okay, but this could be a better way. Okay, tell them how they could grow, succeed in steps. Okay, this is sending a message of growth. Okay. Okay, so I skip this ones because they have similar message. This is one thing that I would like to highlight before I end my presentation, because this is the one that was really conducted in the field of science education. Something about the teaching of struggling, how to teach students to fail positively, okay? There's this study that I find very nice. I find it very, produced tantalizing results. According to this study, learning about great scientists' struggles boosts students' performance in science as well as interest in science. Okay, so the study is about, so because we always present scientists whenever we teach our students, right? So one way to help boost their performance and interest in science is to teach not only the achievements of the scientists, you also teach them, share with them how the scientists struggle, how they overcome the challenges, okay? And maybe in your own way, you can also share your own challenges in dealing with science, in learning science or mathematics. How do we select the stories? We select the stories of triumph as well as failure, but make sure that we focus on how the process of how they dealt with the failure, the struggles, okay? What resources did they utilize, okay? So as I said, before I close, I'd like you to reflect on what I have shared, the 3 key ideas that I have presented. Number one, I presented that well-being, okay, promoting students' well-being in science education can also promote academic learning, science learning, mathematics learning, improve their performance. Number two, I shared that help supporting students' basic psychological needs, not only promote their well-being, not only promote their motivation, it can also improve their performance, their deep learning. The third assertion is this. We teach students how to develop positive mindsets. Positive mindsets about stress, which they always deal with. Positive mindsets about interest, that interest can change, can grow, can expand. We could also teach them how to believe or to believe that their skills, their talents can improve. Okay? And these positive mindsets can guide them and help them to persevere, to develop resilience, even if they face challenges in their lives, in their learning in science when they do their PhDs. We will prevent, I hope we could reduce at least the number of students that experience or suffer from mental health issues. Not only in the science field, but also in other domains. Okay. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Imelda Cannon, for a very interesting presentation. Before we turn to the question that already sent through the chat, okay, we'll provide one opportunity for all of us that who want to ask Imelda about the very interesting topic today about how to combine positive education and positive psychology. I think positive term. Okay, any question? Okay, any question through video or through Zoom before we turn to the text question?
They can also email me the questions in case, because I think the next speaker is ready. Yeah, I can address the questions. They can email me. My email is here in my slides. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Imelda.
Maybe, thank you, Mr. Kusaini.
Oh yeah, okay. Maybe it's better to turn to the chat question. Okay. The first question about positive psychology from Mr. Tanto from UM. Can make effect when I do research about STEM in school, and can I make positive psychology in one day? What do you think about this question, Imelda?
Sorry, whose question is that? Is it possible in overcoming students? Which one? Sorry.
The first question.
First question.
The first question. Can make effect when I do research about STEM in school, and can I make positive psychology in one day? Maybe about the time.
So the meaning the intervention, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Because for me, I'm more of a proponent of integrating positive psychology approaches within the classroom. For example, in some schools, what they do is they do mindfulness activities like 5 minutes before they teach the lesson. The students become more relaxed. The other way is like could do like gratitude activity, 3 good things. What are the 3 good things that you experienced today in your science classroom? Okay, and then they could share it with their classmates. That could build positive relationships among students. But when you're asking about actual intervention and how long does it take before you could see an effect? In my own study, I've done gratitude intervention standalone during the character and citizenship education. So once a week, 1 hour, they engage in gratitude activities. They do sharing. They make gratitude cards. So we found effects after 8 weeks. 1 hour of intervention per week after 8 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but the idea is it's better to do it in a more sustained way. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And now about the second question, how to measure students' well-being in STEM education, Imelda? How to measure?
Okay, that's a good question because as I said, there are very few studies done. So this is a challenge actually for researchers. And actually, I am really very willing to do it, to do positive psychology studies, positive education studies applied in the context of science education, because what I have done is in mathematics. Okay, so going back to your question, how to measure? We have existing measures of well-being, already well-validated, with strong evidence of validity. So for me, there's no such thing as measure well-being in science education. You just use the tool, okay, of well-being, but you measure it in the context of science learning. So after, let's say, before your lesson, after your lesson, you could assess their satisfaction with school, satisfaction with the lesson. These are indicators of well-being. More long-term, focusing a bigger range is about life satisfaction at school, okay, and also the PERMA model that I shared. So positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and purpose. There are instruments that assess these different aspects of well-being. We also have psychological well-being scales of KEYS, KEYES. So these are well-validated. Okay, so in other words, basically these are well-validated instruments, but they are in survey form. Right now, we are moving towards using physiological measures. In NIE, we're trying to use, wearables, just like, the one that the one in the, like watches, and also cortisol level. We are moving towards those more objective way of assessing certain aspects of well-being.
Okay, thank you. Turn to the next question. Maybe it is, I just collected from several questions. How to promote students' positive mindset in several subjects, such as mathematics, and then maybe biology. Maybe the first one, how to promote positive mindset. Thank you.
Okay, so of course, the main answer is for you to turn to the studies of Carol Dweck. She has done several studies. Many of them are set in mathematics, okay, more in mathematics. I have shared earlier how to nurture growth mindset, like when we give feedback to the students, okay, when we give encouragement, like we have to change our vocabulary in order to send the message that intelligence is not fixed. Such as, an example is like when I shared, when somebody performs well, you say, oh, very good, you're smart. Okay, so that somehow you are praising them because of their smartness, not because of their effort, how hard they work in solving the problem. So these are just examples. I could share the slides I have presented earlier because I was rushing, so I didn't really have to go through the different approaches in promoting growth mindsets. The other way is you can present videos. I think that's the intervention done by Carol Dweck, presented videos of the brain growing. I think most of you have heard about the term neuroplasticity. This is actually scientific, that the brain really grows. So our level of intelligence actually changes over time. Okay, because we learn, we grow, our brains, the more we use it, it grows, our cells grow. So these videos can be presented to students for them to develop growth mindsets in relation to intelligence.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imelda. Thank you for your opportunity, for our opportunity to learn from you. There are a lot of questions actually, but I think because the time is limited, maybe for all of us, if want to ask about positive education, particularly in our subject, maybe we can send email to Dr. Imelda Kaleon. Thank you for presenting your topic here. And maybe the first, I think the most important thing is about the topic today is how we love our subject and how to help our students love what they are doing in our subject. Okay, thank you, Dr. Imelda Kaleon. And let me to give back the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kusaini. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue to the next sessions, which is the third plenary sessions with Dr. Dusica Rodic from University of Novi Sad, Serbia. We would like to invite our third moderator, Dr. Nani Farida, to lead the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nani Farida is the assistant professor in chemistry department. She has done her PhD in the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, and she pursued her master's and bachelor's degree in Institut Teknologi 10 November, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nani Farida. Dr. Nani Farida, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Rivka. Can you all hear my voice? Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nani Farida, and I am your moderator for this session. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here to the third plenary session in the International Conference of Mathematics and Science Education 2020. Today, we're going to have the honor of hearing our third keynote speaker, Dr. Dusica Rodic from University of Novi Sad, Republic of Serbia, presenting her research on the systemic diagrams for various teaching topics and their applications in this session. Good morning, Dr. Dusica Rodic.
Good morning.
Okay, great. Nice to meet you again. Okay, first of all, I'm going to read our keynote speaker's curriculum vitae. Let me share the screen. May I share the screen, please, committee? Okay. Okay. Can you all see the slide?
No.
Not yet? Sudah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So here is our speaker for this session, Dr. Dusica Rodic. And here are the contacts and profile of her. She is currently an assistant professor in University of Novi Sad, Republic of Serbia. And she completed her bachelor degree, master degree, and PhD in chemistry education from the University of Novi Sad, Serbia. Oh, with full GPA. Wow. All right. Bisa. Right, so, okay, sorry. Okay, sudah. Okay. All right. And here are some selected publications of Dr. Rodix. She has published many articles in reputable journals, and yeah, Dr. Rodix is also an active reviewer for several esteemed chemistry and science education journals, as you can see the list in the screen, and is also active in some collaboration and many projects. Her main research interests are chemistry triplets, misconceptions in chemistry, cognitive complexity, illustrations in chemistry, systemic approach to teaching and learning chemistry. Okay. She also serves as an editorial board member of the Journal of Baltic Science Education and Jurnal Pembelajaran Kimia from Universitas Negeri Malang. Dr. Rodix is also an evaluator of chemistry textbooks quality and is a member of some academic organizations. Okay, so that was our keynote speaker's curriculum vitae. And today she will be sharing with us her talk titled Systemic Diagrams as Effective Tools for Assessing Student Achievement, Reflections and Recommendations for about 25 minutes. During her talk, if anyone has questions or comments to Dr. Rodix, please write them down in the chat column for you who are joining in the Zoom conference room, or in the comments if you're attending the conference via our YouTube channel. We do hope that you'll take advantages of that opportunity to find out more. Okay, then we'll finally wrap up this session at about 11:20 Jakarta time. Hopefully, we will be on time. So we'll get on with it and start this session. To all participants, may I kindly remind you to mute your microphone, please. Okay, with that, I ask you give your full attention to Dr. Dusiksa Rodix. Please, Dr. Rodix, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to share my screen now. Okay. Okay, can you see the slides? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I believe it's still morning in Indonesia. It's quite early in the morning here in Serbia, as you can see the dark behind me. I would like to greet you all, and I would like to thank the moderator for the kind introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers, primarily Habibin, who invited me to take part at this conference. I have to admit that this is my first online conference, so I really hope that everything will work fine. Okay, today's presentation is going to be built around the systemic approach to teaching and learning chemistry. And when I was thinking about the possible topics for today's presentation, I had two things in my mind. First, I wanted to present you the topic that I have a reasonable experience in it, and some research published that I would like to share with you. And the next thing is that I wanted to present the topic that will be of interest not only for chemists and chemistry educators, but also for biology educators, physics educators, mathematics educators, and so on. So I'm a chemist, and my today's presentation is going to be, it will be relied on chemistry very much, and I will provide the examples from chemistry. But I would also like to share with you that this is an interesting topic also for other disciplines. And even though it's mainly been researched in chemistry and biochemistry, it is a very productive research area. And I think that many of you who are searching for a new research area and are working in the field of biology or physics can think of this topic as a possible way of the new research. So my idea today was to first give you a short introduction. Then I will talk about meaningful learning, because that is something which immediately springs to mind when talking about systemic approach. Then for those who are not very into systemic approach, I will give a brief theoretical introduction about systemic approach. Then I will present some of my research results. I won't be able to present everything that we have done because we've started this research on systemics with my team from the University of Novi Sad about 8 years ago. But I have selected several research studies that I would like to share with you. And instead of conclusion, I would like to provide you some reflections and recommendations for application of the systemic approach. So first, I would like to start from one general opinion, and that is that chemistry, not only chemistry, but actually the all natural subjects are quite difficult for students studied separately, not within the other natural sciences. And the results were quite surprising because chemistry took 14th place out of 14 subjects according to difficulty. So students estimated that chemistry is the hardest subject in the primary education. They also wanted to examine how motivated students are to learn chemistry, and they got that chemistry is on the 13th place out of 14 subjects. So this was quite surprising, having in mind that chemistry is a subject with such potential because of the experiments, but it was just not the case. So as a result, students in Serbia are not very efficient in learning chemistry, and not only in Serbia, but in many parts of the world. And as a result of that, they achieve the bad grades in chemistry. And in order to provide positive results, they apply rote memorization, rote learning, and we all know the concepts are quickly forgotten if they are learned in that way. And that's why we all who are working in the field of chemistry education and science education, we actually try to develop the tools that will foster the meaningful learning. Because that's the way, if we want to help students to understand chemistry concept, that's something that we need to do. And how to do that? We know that new information, in order to be efficiently adopted and understood, it needs to be connected with the prior knowledge. So we should be aware of the prior knowledge of students. So we can say that the relations between the concepts are very important in students' mind. And that is something which is very connected to systemic approach to teaching and learning chemistry that I will show you on the next slides. Here I wanted to present you one scheme, and that is the role of teacher and role of students in the meaningful learning. We can start from any part of this slide, but I would like to start here from the meaningful material, because teacher is the one who is in charge of organization of meaningful material. And when teacher prepares meaningful materials, that is, of course, the precondition for the meaningful learning, but it is not the only precondition to learning be efficient and meaningful. There is a huge role of students in that process too, because students have to choose to learn meaningfully. And when they are going to choose to learn meaningfully, well, it will mainly depend on their prior knowledge, which is stored in their neutral networks. So if students have the appropriate prior knowledge, they will have the possibility to learn meaningfully the new information. And there is also a huge role of teacher in this process too, because teachers need to evaluate the students' prior knowledge. If they evaluate student prior knowledge and prepare meaningful material, then students will have the option to and choice to learn meaningfully, and meaningful learning probably will occur. And why this meaningful learning is so important, and why do I talk about this meaningful learning so much? I would like to recall now some information from the cognitive load theory. And that is the main point, actually, that working memory capacity is very limited. And according to Miller, we all know that Miller's magical number 7, which says that 1 point individual can memorize 7 plus minus 2 elements, actually pieces of information. And here I wanted to share with you one research that has been done in chemistry education, which confirms this statement. Actually, what was done, the researcher tried to measure and to compare performance when various information load of question. Actually, he used various problem-solving, various problems with a different number of steps necessary to resolve the problems. And what he noticed is that when he increases the information load in the question, it happens that performance reduces. And here, if you have a look at this graph, you can notice this a huge drop here around the number 6, which is actually the confirmation of the previous statements. So difficulties in understanding chemistry occurs in these contents where students have to process too many pieces of information simultaneously. And that is the case with chemistry, because chemistry is very fast developing science. And if we think about it, that we have a lot of chemical elements, that they form a lot of compounds, that each of the compound has its own characteristics, a lot of reactions, then it becomes quite reasonable why memory overload can very often happen in teaching chemistry. We should bear in mind that number of information is not the same for an individual, and for a novice and for an expert. In chemistry, if you have a look at this information for someone who is expert, but for someone who is novice, it is completely new. And for a student who is at the very beginning of the learning chemistry, if we look at this concrete example, each symbol is one element, each index is one element, single bond is one element, double bond is one element, arrow is one element. So it becomes quite clear why memory overload really occurs, and why students use rote memorization of individual elements, that is pieces of information. The working memory is limited, and then cognitive load occurs. And because of that, Fahmy and Lagovsky in 1908 suggested the new approach, which they called systemic approach to teaching and learning chemistry. And while suggesting this approach, they had actually four aims in their mind. First, they wanted to increase the efficiency of teaching and learning chemistry, because I already mentioned that all around the world we have reports that chemistry is very difficult and students are not efficient enough. So they wanted to change that. Then they had the next aim, which is quite related to the first one. If they are not very efficient in chemistry, that means that chemistry won't be very popular for them. So they wanted to translate the chemistry from the category of repulsive to the category of attractive subject. They also wanted to develop chemistry, to develop the creativity in students. And I will later in the slides show you one particular type of systemic assessment questions that is intended to develop student creativity. And finally, aim number 4, and that is something that is maybe the most specific for systemic approach. They wanted to develop the ability for students to correctly observe the relations between chemical concepts. Because we all know that facts are important, and we all need to know the facts. However, if we want to understand something, we need to make relations between facts, and that is the main aim and intention of the systemic approach. So the accent is actually not on the concepts, but on the relations between concepts. So what are actually the systemics? Fahmy and Lagovsky relied heavily on the concept mapping that you are all familiar with. It is similar in that way that in the systemics you also have concepts and you have the relations. But unlike mind maps, which have, well, I would say hierarchical structure, in the systemic approach you have concepts which are with highlighted correlation, with highlighted relations, and they are in the form of the closed clusters. If you have a look now at this picture, you will see the concept A is not connected only with the concept B, like it is the case here, but it's also connected with the concept D, concept C, concept C is connected with concept B and A, while concept B is connected with concepts C and concept D. So the accent in this systemic approach is on the relations that exist among the concepts. So this is the example of one systemic assessment questions. As I already told you, I will show you and present you the examples from chemistry. This is particularly useful for organic chemistry. We find it interesting to use in the organic chemistry because in the Republic of Serbia we have one problem. We don't have the mature exam after the high school, and students enroll faculties so they have to pass the entrance exam. So they learn chemistry if they want to enroll chemistry department, if they want to enroll medicine or technology. But if they want to enroll any other faculty, they won't have to learn chemistry for that. And they will have only, for instance, they will have how do they study organic chemistry? They learn the classes of compounds, and after each class of compound, they have a test. After next class of compound, they have a test, and then it happens that that knowledge is quite fragmented. They don't connect reactions that they have learned previously to the reactions that they learn in some other classes of compounds. And this is a great way to combine everything and to make the whole picture, actually to connect the isolated facts. Because in this case, if you have a look at this systemic, you can see in the blue we have showed the information that we gave to students, and in the black is something that we expected from them to do. So this is a good way to connect many classes of compounds like alkenes, alkanes, and then alcohols, ketones, and so on. So this is a way to make the whole and a clear picture of the compounds and not to have the isolated knowledge. Now I would like to start to present you the results of the research that we have performed. The first study that I would like to share with you was the one that was the first one. We started with this one. It was in 2012-2013. We had 119 students from one high school, Gymnasium Jovan Jovanović Zmaj, from the city where I live, Novi Sad. The topics that we covered were alcohols, panels, and ethers, but I would like to mention that we have performed actually this study during the whole school year, so we covered all the topics in organic chemistry, but for today's presentation I have opted the results for these topics. We had research design with parallel groups, experimental and control. So we first performed initial testing with the aim to equalize the groups. We had 4 classes, and after the initial testing, they were equalized according to performance. So we had experimental and control group. And after that, they had lectures in the completely same way. The experimental and control group had the same lectures performed by the same teacher. But there was a difference in revising the topics. The control group were revising topics in a traditional way, as they usually do that, using the common type of questions, the common type of tasks. But in the experimental group, the difference was that they were revising topics using systemic assessment questions. That was the only difference. And we wanted to check if if the use of the systemic assessment questions and systemic assessment diagrams is going to help students to integrate their knowledge. And that was our hypothesis, and we wanted to check that. And after that, we performed the final testing to check our hypothesis. As an instrument, we used test of knowledge, and we also tested mental effort. We used subjective mental effort scale, Likert type scale with 7 points, from extremely easy to extremely difficult, to estimate how difficult these tasks were for students. And we used instrument with 2 types of questions. We used systemic assessment questions, and of course we expected that students in the experimental group who were revising topics using systemic assessment questions will perform better, but we wanted to check how difficult it will be for them. But we also gave classical linear problems, multiple choice, fill in the blank, essay, matching type, and so on. And we wanted to check if students were practicing with systemic assessment questions, is it going to help them to outperform students in the control group who were practicing with classical linear problems. We wanted to check that, and these are the results of our final testing. As we expected, in the systemic assessment questions, students in E group were more successful, around 60% performance, while students in control group have around 40% performance. That was something that we have expected because students in experimental group were practicing with systemic assessment questions, while students in control group had actually only a short briefing before the testing. But what gave us hope was actually the results for linear problems. Because even though students in control group were practicing with this common type of questions, students in E group outperformed them. They had almost 80% of achievement in comparison to the C group, the control group of students who had only 60, which actually gave us, it was a good sign for us that we should continue with this systemic approach. That is something which will help students to integrate their knowledge and to perform better in science, actually in chemistry. And then we checked the results for the mental effort. And as we expected, systemic assessment questions were harder for students in comparison to the common linear questions that they are accustomed to do. But what made us happy was the result that students in the control group had higher values of mental effort in comparison to students in the experimental group for both type of questions. And we can see that systemic assessment questions were very difficult for students in control group. They were difficult for students in the experimental group. And for linear questions, they were difficult on the scale for students in the control group. And they were not easy nor difficult for students in experimental group. So it showed us that actually this approach that we've been using, it's quite efficient because it provided better result, better achievement for students with less mental effort necessary to resolve them.
Excuse me, Dr.
I
Rodi,
show you,
excuse me.
sorry?
May I remind you that your time is just 4 minutes left.
How much do I have?
It's about 4 or 5 minutes left.
Okay, then I will skip this. I just wanted to tell you that there are many types of systemic assessment questions that we can use, such as systemic multiple choice questions, systemic true-false questions, systemic matching questions, and this is systemic synthesis questions that I would like to highlight that we've been using in many of our research studies. Actually, you ask students to create the systemic diagram, and you give them, this is again the example in chemistry, you give them, for instance, some compounds and try of them to create a diagram and to highlight all the relations among them. So this is the study that we have performed using these kind of systemic synthesis questions. And what we have done, actually, we wanted to use the systemic diagrams to examine the quality of student cognitive structures. How have we done that? We wanted to determine the size and strength on the cognitive structures. We have used this table. You can find it in the literature. It's been widely used. And when you determine the size, which you determine with the concept that they have been used properly in the systemic diagrams, and you get the results for the strength, which you get from the relations that they have stressed properly, you can determine if your students have nominal, functional, structural, multidimensional, or distinguished multidimensional cognitive structures, and that was our aim, and that was what we have determined. This is the example how you do that. We had several different systemic synthesis questions. This is the easiest one that I would like to share with you. This is in Serbian, but I have provided here the translation in blue in English. This is the easiest one because we gave them only 3 concepts that they needed to connect, and they needed to stress the relations. And according to that, you can see here that these concepts are correct. So this person has the effect size of 100%, and you can see the relations. This one and this one are correct, but this one is incorrect, and that's why this person doesn't have the complete strength. And that's how we calculate and evaluate the cognitive structures. It also helped us to discover students' difficulties, because we have noticed that many of our students were successful in discovering the chemical relations between alcohols and alkanes and alcohols and alkyl halides. But we also noticed, if you have a look here, that this relation, and that it was problematic here, and it was problematic for a huge amount and huge proportion of our students, so indicated that there is a problem. And this way is very efficient, not only to determine students' understanding, but also to determine their difficulties in learning. So because we don't have a lot of time, I would like just to read, instead of conclusions, some students' opinions of these systemic assessment questions. We gave them one questionnaire because we wanted to see, after they've been doing with systemic assessment questions, what are their reflections about the use of systemic assessment questions. And first I will read you Marco's attitude. He said the tasks are interesting and require logical thinking. The only objection is that, I'm sorry, I have to remove this, okay. The only objection is that in multi-concept tasks, it is difficult to fit all the concepts together. Lenka said the test is different from those that we have in chemistry classes. If we had tests like this in class, I would learn formulas and reactions in a different way. And Nicola said the test requires reflection and application of theoretical knowledge. It is more difficult than the usual test because there is no use of reactions and formulas learned by heart. And that was what we were afraid, and what we actually knew, that our students are learning, unfortunately, the formulas and reactions by heart. And as we can see now from their opinions, they believe that this kind of test would help them to learn better and to learn more meaningfully. And instead of conclusion, I would also like to read you the last comment that really made us think about it. It's from Sarah. She said, when I compare this test with the common tests, I conclude that common tests are easier as they require less thinking and we need less time to resolve them. This kind of test is more difficult, and this is the first time I have encountered this way of working. And it seems quite interesting to me and makes me think and apply what I have learned. I'm sorry that I did badly because the education system allows us to learn by heart, and that is short-term memory, mostly for grade. The system doesn't show us how to apply learning in practice. Yes, we definitely lack the application of the acquired knowledge. This diagram encourages us to think more deeply, to logically connect what we have learned, which is the point of education. So it really, really made us think, because actually it made us think what we are measuring and what we are assessing, because it very often happens that students are very efficient in doing some common tasks, common items, and it happens that they lack the understanding behind them. For instance, if we think about chemical equations, quite often there are many studies which are reporting that the students are able to balance perfectly the chemical equation, but if you ask them about the submicroscopic reality behind that, they're not able to provide a satisfactory explanation. So we believe that this kind of assessment, the systemic assessment questions, can, in a small portion, help that it changes. We believe that this is particularly important. It is time consuming, so maybe it's not very adequate for using in tests, but it can be used in revising the topics. We really believe that it can help to students to understand better and to integrate some separate units of knowledge into one whole. That's why we have organized a lot of CPDs for teachers, and a lot of meetings with them, and some of our teachers in the Republic of Serbia are already started to use, and they have very nice experiences, and they are very happy because they started to use it. Here are some of the selected publications that I wanted to share with you. Some of the research that I have talked about today are published here, so if you want to know more about this systemic approach, you can go through this publication. And I would also like to thank my colleagues Mirjana Cigedina, Snežana Babić-Kekes, Sasha Horvat, and primarily Tamara Rončević, who worked a lot on this topic. And I would like to thank you for your kind listening. And if you have any questions, I believe we have a little bit of time you can ask, or you can send me your questions, comments, and suggestions via this email. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tusika Rojic, for your very interesting presentations. And now we come to the questions and answers part. I'd like to invite one or two participants to directly ask question to Dr. Rojic. Please click raise hand in your Zoom. Is there any participants? Okay. Miss Devi Fauzia would like to ask questions. Miss Devi Fauzia, yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Tusika.
Good morning. Good morning.
You. My name is Devi Fauzia. Thanks for your constructive presentation. My question is, in order to apply systemic...
Correct. Okay, I think I understood the question. We have, as I already mentioned, we had some CPDs for teachers, and it actually is quite easy for teachers to adopt the use of this systemic approach. I have a lot of examples of a systemic approach that we have already developed. So the best thing for teachers is that they attend some kind of seminars. I think that the educators who are working in the field of chemistry education should organize that kind of meetings or seminars for teachers to show them how to do that. And if some of you are interested, as I already told you, I have a lot of examples because we have been doing on this topic for about 8 years. You have my email and I can send you. I just want to tell you that for teachers, it's not very difficult to develop these. They just need to develop these diagrams. They just need a little bit of practice and examples how to get into that. I hope that was the question.
Okay. Okay, thank you for answering that questions. Anyone else wants to ask directly to Dr. Tusika Rojic? Atika, yeah, please.
Good morning, Dr. Tusika. Nice to meet you. My name is Atika, and thank you for your enlightening presentation.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Louder, please, Miss Atika.
Okay, Dr. Tusika, nice to meet you. My name is Atika. Thank you for your enlightening presentation. My question is, as you mentioned the importance of prior knowledge for a teacher, the issue is teachers have limited time to investigate prior knowledge before teaching. What you advise for the issue? Is there any good instrument to collect student prior knowledge in comprehensive and rapid way?
Okay, thank you for your question. It's very, very important question. Yeah, the problem with time is very, very important issue in not only in chemistry education, but I assume every subject. I have to mention that I've been doing a lot. I know that Habibin is also been doing on that using multi-tier tests. I don't know if you are into it. It's special kind of multiple choice items with 2 or 3 tiers, and it's not time consuming at all, and it can help you to in a very fast way examine students' prior knowledge and to help you to get information about their cognitive structures, about misconceptions, about their understanding, and in one very, very fast way. And it helps. It's very good because you reduce the guessing on the minimum using this. If you use the ordinary multiple choice questions, we all know that the possibility of guessing the correct answer is very high. But if you use these multi-tier tests, I believe that they are very good for this determining students' prior knowledge, and I highly recommend it to use for these purposes. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you very much. And we also have received questions from the participants in the chat column. I'm going to read it to you, Dr. Tusika Rodik. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, right. There's a question from Mr. Arif from ULM. To be success in solving the SAQ very depend on how the teacher deliver the learning. Did you also treat the students by vary strategy before evaluate the effectiveness of SAQ?
So what we have done, we had the same kind of lectures in both groups, the experimental and control. We didn't change the lectures at all. We had the same teachers and we had the same kind of lectures delivered in the same way. We have the only change was that we in experimental group we had these systemic assessment diagrams that we use for students to help them to integrate their knowledge. And in the control group, we didn't have that. In the control group, we had only before testing, we show them how to use these systemics so that they knew how to resolve them during the final testing. And that's why we had two types of questions in our tests, and that's why we had linear questions, and we compare them, their assessment, their achievement on the linear test, on the linear items, because we wanted to check if they were learning, if they learned with the systemic approach, actually revised topics with the systemic approach using systemic diagrams. We wanted to check if that is going to help them to be even better using in linear questions, even though students in the control group were practicing with linear questions and students in the experimental group didn't. So it really, the success in solving the systemic assessment questions really depend on how the teacher deliver lectures, that's for sure. And that's why we don't actually recommend it for in that part when they learn the new material, but that's why we recommend the using of this systemic approach when teachers are revisiting, they are revising the topics, because we think after they learn something, they should use this systemic, because to try together with teachers to systematize their knowledge and to incorporate it into one whole. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And another question is from Ms. Julian Lani Utari from Universitas Negeri Malang. The question is there any specific instruments in applying this systemic approach?
Thank you for this question. There is not a specific instrument. Everyone can actually design this kind of instruments. You just need a little bit of practice. But as I already said, we have, during these 8 years that we've been doing on it, we have developed many instruments. So everyone who is interested, we have it for many topics in organic, also for inorganic chemistry. If you are interested, you can just send me an email and I will send you the instruments that we have developed during these 8 years.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, there are several more questions we received from the chat column, but unfortunately, the time is limited. Yeah. And I suggest for participants who wants to ask questions more or find out more about this systemic approach to teaching and learning to ask directly to Dr. Tusika Rodik, yeah, through her emails. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Before we close this session, let me just summarize the main points. Dr. Tusika Rodik has already presented and discussed about the systemic diagrams for various teaching topics and their applications, not only in chemistry, like she gave the examples, but also can be applied in any disciplines, right? Okay, and then how these tools, yeah, have been used to improve student understanding of core chemical concepts, and she also showed some student views on the use of these tools in teaching. Yeah. Okay, finally, I'd like to thank Dr. Tusika Dorodik, our keynote speaker, for sharing her fascinating research and knowledge with us today. Thank you very much, Dr. Tusika Dorodik.
Thank you.
And thank you all participants for attending this session. I'm passing it on to the MC for the next session. Thank you very much. Ms. Rivka, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nani Farida. Ladies and gentlemen, next sessions is our last plenary sessions for today, which is with Professor Dr. Sutapo from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. We would like to invite our last moderator for today, Dr. Munzil. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Munzil is a senior lecturer in Science Education Study Program, Universitas Negeri Malang. He got his PhD and his bachelor's in Universitas Negeri Malang and pursued his master's in Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Dr. Munzil, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rika. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last ICoMSE plenary session. My name is Munzil. In this session, I will be serving as your moderator today. You will be hearing a presentation from Prof. Sutapo. Before we get started, I want to read curriculum vitae Professor Sutapo. I will share to curriculum vitae Professor Sutapo. Okay. Professor Sutapo, present position, Professor of Physics Education, now Coordinator of Graduate Program of Physics Education. Contact detail, email sutapo.fisika@um@ec.id. Professor Sutapo, MSE, is a faculty member of Physics Department, Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang, a professor on physics education in December 1917. His research interest concern on conceptual understanding and problem solving through introduction and multi-representation. Now, he is coordinator of graduate program of physics education consisting of master and doctoral program. Academic qualification, Master Doctor in Science Education with concentration of Physics Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. MSc on Theoretical Physics, Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia. BSc on Physics Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, former IKIP Surabaya. Publication, some examples, Professor Sutapo and Waldrip, impact of a representational approach on student reasoning and conceptual understanding in learning mathematics, International Journal of Science and Mathematics Education. Waldrip and Sutapo, the implication of culture for teacher, use of representation in science teacher, use of visual representation, Springer International Publishing. Okay. Okay. Before the presentation begins, let's know the regulation how the presentation will be going on. Firstly, I would like to give the time to Prof. Sutapo to present the material for 25 minutes. Secondly, the question and answer session will be take place after the presentation. Without further ado, now allow me to welcome the speaker. His Excellency Professor Dr. Sutapo, who will be speaking to us on promoting student attitude toward physics through teaching Newton, law, and motion. All right, Prof. Sutapo, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Munzil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, partisipan. Okay. It is an honor to me to join this meeting to share some ideas about the effort to promote our quality in physics teaching. I believe that we all want our free lesson could provide maximum benefit for students, and more interestingly, make our students love the physics. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me apologize for my poorness in English. Really, I am so worried that you cannot understand what today is how to promote student attitude toward physics through teaching Newton's law of motion. As introduction, sorry. One of the important goals of teaching physics is to enable students applying physics ideas. They learn in physics classroom to describe, explain, and predict physics phenomena around their life. However, physics research education literature reveals that most students try to use their own naive knowledge rather than to apply physics ideas they have learned in physics classroom. It seems that students do not believe that physics they learn in classroom does really work to explain the world. This is also so that most students hold unfavorable belief that physics is only collection a lot of independent definition or formulas that only useful for solving quantitative problem typically available on the end chapters untested in examination. This is our most problem. Thus, our challenging is how to teach physics that enables our students to develop favorable belief that physics constitutes a coherent body of knowledge that provide us powerful frameworks to understand the world, not as collection of independent definition or formula.
Sutapo,
Yeah.
the sound is weak. Okay, operator, please check.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Please. Huh? Okay.
Okay, the sound is bright. Please.
Okay.
Coba saya akan.
Iya, tapi di sini sudah Profesor.
Stop dulu ya. Oke.
Okay, Professor Sutapo, please again.
Thank you, Dr. Munjir.
Okay, good.
It's okay now?
Okay, good.
Okay. The next question is why Newton's laws of motion? Okay. Newton's law of motion provide extraordinary powerful in helping us to describe, understand, and predict events involving motion in our everyday life, whether it's happened naturally or has been decided beforehand. In addition, the domain of Newton's law encompasses other branches of physics involving force and motion, such as fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, and electromagnetism. Therefore, providing students with robust understanding of these laws will help students to be succeeded in further learning of physics. That is why we need to talk about how to teach Newton's law of motion. Another consideration, the coherence relationship among the three laws in Newton's law serve a good example of the coherency of knowledge structure of physics. Okay, because of the crucial role in learning physics, we need to pay special attention to teaching this very important topic in such a way that give a very positive impression to students about the powerfulness and the beauty of physics. Okay? Before we discuss the issue, let us briefly review some common student naive theories that are reported in literatures of physics education research. The first one, students' naive theories dealing with the first Newton law. The essence of Newton's law is about the natural state of motion. Students believe that the natural state of motion is at rest, not including moving with constant velocity, as the first Newton law states. Their everyday experience show, if a body at rest, it will remain at rest. It always requires a force to make a body move. If a body initially move, it will always slow down and get rest again. Students also never see that nothing is moving forever with constant velocity, unless there is a force constant exerting on it. This is some student naive theory dealing with second law. Constant force results in constant velocity instead of constant acceleration. Based on their personal experiences to moving objects, students believe that a constant force will cause an object to move with constant velocity, not with constant acceleration, as the second law implies. Example, to keep a heavy object move along the floor, we need to push the object continuously with constant force. To keep a car move with constant speed in highway, we must push the pedal of gas continuously with relatively constant pushing. The faster we want the car to move, the harder we need to push the pedal. In addition, most students do not believe that all falling objects have the same acceleration. Now, some student naive theories dealing with the third law. Most students that the force exerting between two interacting bodies are not necessarily the same in magnitude. Student reasoning strongly depend on the surface feature of the two objects, such as mass, velocity, acceleration, and the way they interact. For example, when one object pushes another, the object that is pushing must exert more than the object, must force more than the object that is being pushed. Even only the pushing object does exert the force. If the two interacting objects have different mass, the more massive object must exert more force than the less massive ones. In collision phenomena, an object with larger initial speed will exert more force than the object with the smallest initial speed. An attack of war game, for example, the winner must be the one who is able to pull the opponent with more force. That is where students come to this belief that the force exerted between two interacting bodies are not necessarily the same in magnitude. Okay. Now, let's discuss an alternative teaching question, sequence. Okay. If we can make a general step, we can use the four following steps. The first one, understanding the key ideas of the laws and how these laws constitute a framework to understand motion phenomena. Applying the law to develop some fundamental concepts such as gravitational force, normal force, friction force, and tension force. After that, students need to applying the laws to revisit their naive theories. And the final step may be applying the laws to more complex phenomena, including motion in the two dimensions. Okay, but due to the time constraint, it seems that I cannot fully and comprehensively describe all these things. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Now let's summarize some key ideas of Newton's laws. The first one is the first law. The ideas of the first law is it states the natural state of motion of any object in the world, either at rest or moving with constant velocity, not just constant in speed. The natural state of motion is only true from special frame of reference called inertial frame of reference. It implies that the second law also must be used in this kind of frame reference. It is important to note that the first law also provides framework for certifying whether our reference frame is an inertial frame of reference. However, it is quite complicated for most students. Therefore, for practical purpose, we can use any reference frame that is fixed to the Earth's surface can be used as inertial frame of reference. Thus, we need to remind our students that in using Newton's law of motion, using inertial frames that is fixed to the Earth. It is better to avoid using statements that be encourage students to think theoretical or anthropomorphic, such as any object has tendency to keep its motion. It is so that this is non-productive way to introducing the first law using this statement. Now we turn to the second law. Key ideas of the second law is the mathematical representation of Newton's laws is F net is equal to m times E, acceleration, where force net force is the resultant of all forces acting on the object. And this is a factor sum of all objects that acts on the object being discussed. And M is the object and A is the direction of the object. As implied by the first law, acceleration must be measured or observed from inertial frame of reference. It is need to note that equation, second law of Newton, describe the relationship between net force and object's acceleration, not a definition of force. Thus, the equal signs should be read, for example, as must be equal to, not just is. Most our students show this. Then, the question holds in two directions. This means that if we know the net force, then we can predict the acceleration. And in the first, if we know the acceleration, that we can infer the forces acting on the body. Right? The second law places the heart of Newton's law. Please be aware to student confusion between acceleration and velocity. Basic intuition research literature have revealed this phenomena. Now, the ideas of the third law. If an object is exerting a force on the second object, then the second object is also exerting a force back on the first object with the same magnitude but acts in opposite direction. In equation, mathematical equation form can be expressed as this below. Okay. Sorry. This will hold in any situation where two objects are interacting. From this third law, that all forces result from interaction. Force as always except to the preference of one or more atom. Force always appear in pair. And further implication, all forces on the left side of the second law must be resulted from interaction between the object we interest and other objects interact with it. It is useful of using interaction diagram to identify all forces that accept on the object we consider, and using explicit symbol for every pair of force. There are two kinds of interaction. That one is through direct physical contact, we call contact force, and through a field or non-contact force. Let me see what I mean. Okay, example of force diagram and free body diagram. This contact is like this. Horizontal force applied to block A, and then with block A against block B. They are on the top, on the surface of tabletop. Okay, this one is interaction diagram as well as force diagram. Okay. Then, okay, this is concerned on object A, and one is on object B. Okay, after we identify all forces that act on the object, then we can transform the diagram force diagram into we call free body diagram, like this. So we need to using symbol that explicitly indicates where the force come from, like this. Okay, it is very useful. Is it so that it is very useful for students in order to understand the Newton's law of motion. Okay, students need empirical evidence from the short law. Okay, this one I will show you empirical evidence from the short law. Imagine there are two persons who are pulling each other using playing skill as connector. According to Newton's law, okay, A pull B with force of this, yeah, and vice versa, the B pull A with this force. The two forces are equal in magnitude, but in the opposite direction. Okay. If we videotape the scales and then play back, you will see that at any instant of time, the two scales always point to the same values, regardless the manner of the two persons pulling each other, whether one is passive and one is active, whether one is just driven and the other not, okay, and so on. It's better if we have a force sensor. Then, by interfacing the sensor force to computer, we will get a graph as the following figure. So it's so that in its instant of time, the force exerted B on A always equal in magnitude that one exerted by A to B. This is empirical evidence for students. Okay. We can also use theoretical or analytical evidence from this. Okay, it is the previous phenomena. Okay, we can use the first one. The first step is apply Newton's law to the system consisting of A and B. Then the free body diagram is like this one. Okay, the system moves to the right with constant acceleration of A. Then this is all forces that have identified for acts to the system. And because we observe A, this form a fixed point to the Earth, that means that we have used inner self-frame of reference. So we can use and valid of using second law of motion. And if we use the second law of motion, we get that acceleration of the system is equal to F applied divided by the sum of the two masses. Okay. Now let us see the force exerting by A on B. So this one. Okay. Ready? FA on B mean that force exerted by A to B. Okay. And the acceleration of the two mass is always the same. Okay, it's the same. Yeah. So if we use this data to second law of motion, we get FA to B is equal to MP per this time F. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Now we see the force acting on A. Then the free diagram is like this. Okay, as before, if we use the second law of motion in this situation, we will get that force exerting by B to A is equal to minus this one. If we combine the two, we can we have evidence that FA on B is always equal to B on A, but with opposite direction. This is the theoretical evidence from the sublaw. Okay. As summary, the relationship between the three laws. Typical teaching in the classroom physics. That's this law, every law is taught by one section and second another section and another section. Okay. Okay. We need to see that the first, the second, and the sublaw constitute a framework, a one framework. That means that they connect each other. Okay. The second law, this formula, is the core of Newton's law. But according to use this law valid, we first consider the first law and the third law. Okay. In brief, the first law implies reference frames for which the second law can be used, that is, in a self-frame of reference. On the other hand, the third law provides condition that any force involved in the second law should be the resulted from interaction between the object we concern and other object we interact. Okay. Now, after we force students to develop initial understanding, maybe not so good, we can use step by step to develop another application. Okay, the most important one is using or applying Newton's law to develop model for gravitational force, for example. To develop model of direct contact forces, that is normal and frictional force. To develop model of indirect contact forces, that is through connector such as rho. Okay, that's step by step I want to see. Okay, the first one, modeling the Earth's gravitational force. This step is by a qualitative experiment that any object dropped upon any elevation near the Earth always move downward faster and faster. Once again, if we observe from the surface of the Earth, that is including the inner surface of reference. Then, according to the second Newton's law, there must be net force pulling the object downward. Since there is no object that directly interacts with it, we claim that the Earth is the only reactor. Our inference is the Earth always pulls downward any object near its surface. This non-contact force is called the Earth's gravitational force. Then we need to facilitate my student to understanding the famous formula F gravitasi equal to mass time G. Okay. The magnitude of gravitational force exerted on an object is commonly referred as the weight of the object that can be measured using spring scale or bedroom scale. Simple experiment shows that weight or gravitational force is always proportional to the mass of the object. We can write as this semi-qualitative equation. We can write this finding using equation F grab equal to mg by introducing the new constant proportionality we call its local gravitational field. Yes?
5 minutes left.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So I must be okay. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. After developing the gravitational force, it is better to encourage students to applying the model to predict the acceleration of the free fall motion. Okay. Because there is only one force acting on the object, then the net force is equal to mg in this situation. So using second law of motion, we get A equal to G. Okay, this is one application. Okay. Now, applying model gravitation force to predict acceleration of free motion. Yes. Okay. Number one. The second model applying application is modeling contact forces. That is normal and friction force. Okay. If we put the puck on the inclined plane like this, that because of gravity, the puck will be pushed down the plane. And according to the third law, the plane must push back to the block with the force P. Okay. It is useful to decompose this contact force into two perpendicular components. The one is parallel to the contact surface, and the other one is normal to or perpendicular to the contact surface. That is why the normal component we call normal force, and the force parallel to the surface we call friction force. Okay, so general formulation of contact force is combination or superposition of normal force and friction force, and so on and so on. Okay. More about normal force. Usually students memorize that normal force is always equal to mg. But we need to show to the student that it is only special, very special case. Sometimes n is not different with mg. Okay. Okay. We can continue to use the discussion to understanding what called frictional force. Okay. Okay. It is time, Pak Munjal. Okay. And please.
Yeah.
After gaining sufficient understanding of key idea of Newton's law and having enough experience on how to use this law, now is the time for students to revisit and revise their knowledge theories, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. That's all. Thank you, and apologies for that. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Sutapo, for giving such information and interesting presentation. From the presentation, we can conclude the Terra to teach to promising student attitude toward through teaching Newton a law of motion. Stage 1, introducing key ideas of Newton law, and stage 2, applying Newton law. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer session. You might type the question on the chat room, or you can directly ask through live video. Please raise your hand. Okay, please. Okay. Please, if you answer, with your answer, with your question from all participants. Any time for you to question from Prof. Sutapo? Okay. Please, all participants to question from Prof. Sutapo. This question is very interesting for you. Okay, because no one asked, I will do that. Thank you very much, Prof. Sutapo and all participants. Next, I return to Ms. Rivka. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, okay. Sutapo.
Mr. Bunjil, it seems like there is a questions from participants on the chat room. Perhaps you may lead the game for the Q&A questions for Prof. Sutapo sessions.
Okay, yeah. Prof. Sutapo, this is any question from Ahmad Suryadi, PM. There are many symbols in Newton law that students are asked to remember and describe for the first diagram. There is a lot of information that students need to remember. If referring to cognitive load theory, how is the best way to reduce student cognitive load in this topic, Prof? Please, Prof. Sutapo. Okay, Prof. First of all, this is any question from Ahmad Suryadi from UM. How the best way to reduce student cognitive load in this topic?
Okay.
Yes.
You hear my sound, my voice, Dr. Baim?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Mr. Ahmad Suryadi. Okay, good question. First of all, it is important to encourage students to do not memorize symbol. Yeah, but we need to encourage students to using symbol meaningfully. For example, what I has mentioned, instead of just writing using the symbol and, for example, it is better to use explicit symbol. For example, normal force from table to the book, or vice versa, normal table from book to the force. And it is one strategy to avoid of memorize so many symbols. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Second one about cognitive load. Yeah.
Yes, cognitive load.
Cognitive load. Yeah. Using multi-representation, using sketch, using diagram is one effective method, one effective way to reduce our cognitive load. So do not place all of the information in our short-term memory. Okay, instead of keep everything in memory together and all of information keep in along in certain memory, it will be better if we can freeze our short memory with external memory, external representation, I mean, okay, such as graph, okay, write down what is given, okay, yeah. So instead of memorize and write on reading the verbal information, it will better to transpose verbal representation to everything we can note on the paper. This is my answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Sutapo. Okay, anytime for all participants. If you question from Prof. Sutapo, please. Okay. Okay, because no one asked, I will do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the last plenary session. Before I close this session, I would like to take the conclusion from that the speaker have presented. There are two stages to promoting student attitude towards through teaching Newton law and motion. Stage 1, introducing key idea of Newton law, and stage 2, applying Newton law. Thank you very much, Prof. Sutapo, and all participants. Next, I return to Mifrika.
Thank you,
Wassalamualaikum.
welcome, Dr. Yeah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Ms. Rifka.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munzir. Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 o'clock, we are going to have a parallel sessions, which is divided into 10 groups. Please kindly join the parallel room according to the list that has been announced by the committee on the random book. Please join the group before 20:45 or 15 minutes before the parallel sessions begin, and kindly fulfill the attendance list on the link that we have shared in WhatsApp group. Again, we also would like to give you a reminder about the submissions of the full paper. Please submit it on the shared link before tomorrow, August 26, 2020. Before starting the parallel sessions, I would like to officially end the plenary sessions for the first day of the fourth ICoMSE 2020. I am Rifka signing off. Thank you very much for your attention. See you tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our committee would like to take a photo. So now it's time for photo sessions. Please turn on your camera. One of the committee will lead the photo sessions. So once again, please turn on your camera. One, two, three, cheese. Okay, again. One, two, three, cheese. One more time, perhaps. Okay, one, two, three, cheese. All right, it's enough. Thank you very much for all participants. We are waiting on the parallel group. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good, nice day.
Hello, Peter. Thank you very much. Dr. Imelda, Dusika Rodik, and Professor Sutapo, thank you for the presentation today.
It all seemed to go well.
So my connection was lost, so I didn't involve in the photo session. That's very unfortunate. Hopefully, yeah, somehow my Zoom just lost. I don't know what happened, but it's come back now. Even I missed the photo session.
Well, I talked to David Gielan. He's ready to go tomorrow too, so that's good.
Yeah, David will be the first speaker tomorrow.
Yep. And I can see on my screen that Halloumi is right next to you.
Yeah, we all in the same room. So yeah, but when the connection is trouble, not all the computer is affected, only some. So in the photo session, yeah, my computer is the one affected.
Yeah.
Luckily, the other is good, so that's fine.
Okay. So you're off to have lunch now?
Yeah, we have lunch time. We should have lunch at the moment with you, but very unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, have a nice day. Yes. Do you still remember salam? Salam is like wish you all the best, something like that. Yeah. Yes. Salam to your family in Australia.
Yeah. Salam to you too.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh. Which one? Hello, Mr. Peter.
He's leaving.